Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Municipality of Anchorage Planning and Zoning Commission for January 7th, 2013 meeting. May I have the roll call, please?
Connie Yoshimura,
Here.
Stacy Dean,
Here.
Terry Parks,
Here.
Dana Pruse, Peter Mulcahy,
Here.
James Ferguson,
Here.
Tyler Robinson.
Here.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there are any minutes for this particular meeting tonight. Special order of business, disclosures. Vice Chair Parks, would you please do disclosures?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Robinson?
None.
Mr. Ferguson?
None.
Commissioner McCahey?
None.
Commissioner Dean?
No.
Commissioner Yoshimura?
Yes, in the matter of case 2013-002, the Anchorage School District amending a site plan for public facilities, I wish to disclose that I was a member of an LLC that developed Turnigan View Park subdivision. That was several years ago. I have no current financial interest in the project, and I've not had any expository conversations with anyone regarding this particular project.
Madam Chair, do you see any issues with you voting on this?
I do not.
And I was absent on December 10th and will not be participating in the resolution 2012061. However, I don't have any other conflicts. And I'd like to have from the commission if that we move to have our chair participate in the case for the school district.
Commissioner Mulcahy.
Yes, was it?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to phrase this? I move to direct Commissioner Yoshimura to participate in case. I'm sorry, Mike's on, I'm not talking into it. I move to direct Commissioner Yoshimura to participate in case, where's the number? 2013-002?
And that motion was seconded by Commissioner Parks. Is there any objection? All right. Seeing and hearing none, I shall participate in that case. All right. We have a consent agenda, resolutions for approval. May I have a motion on the floor? Commissioner Parks.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve all the resolutions D, 1A, B, and C.
All right. Thank you. That's been seconded by Commissioner Dean. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, those resolutions for approval have been approved. All right, moving on to unfinished business and actions of public hearing, case 2012-048. The petitioner is the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering. The request is context-sensitive design plan for a public road. The public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the Commission at this time? Commissioner Ferguson.
Madam Chair, in the matter of the case 2012-048, the context-sensitive design plan for a public road. The public road is Golden View Drive, Rabbit Creek Road to Romana Drive. I make a motion that we accept the context-sensitive design with the revision that the lighting standards be changed to provide adequate lighting at intersections and near the school, but the community requests that the road have rural, not urban lighting levels applied in other areas. In all areas, the council requests minimal light pollution to adjoining properties and the night sky.
All right, so that is your amendment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do you have that? You can catch it on the recording. All right, thank you. Ms. Dean, you've seconded that, including the amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Any further discussion?
I'd like to point out that there's been lots of discussion on this. The community council has spoken and clearly spoken that they don't want the additional lighting. I think it's important that we listen to the community council, and that's the reason why I made the motion.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Mulcahy?
Just like I say, I'm going to support the motion. I totally concur with Commissioner Ferguson's modification to the case as presented, that the lighting as proposed is inappropriate. It should be rural standards and not urban standards in the area. Urban standard would be totally out of context with that neighborhood.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion with the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that motion with amendment is approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to the regular agenda, case number 2012. Commissioner, okay, are you still in the queue, or did I forget to take you out?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to the regular agenda. This is case 2012-134. The petitioner is Eklutna Inc. It's amending a conditional use for a snow disposal site. This is not a public hearing. However, may we hear from staff?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is a minor amendment to a conditional use to amend the hours of operation and the number of truck trips for a snow disposal site operating as an approved amendment to a final conditional use permit for a natural resource extraction. In 2007, a final conditional use, this is a bit of brief history, a final conditional use for natural resource extraction was approved on 130 acres of a 500-acre site that is owned by Eklutna. It is located west of the Glen Highway at the terminus of Eklutna Park Drive, which provides the only vehicular access to this site. In 2008, a major amendment was approved to the conditional use for a snow disposal operation that would occupy approximately 4.5 acres of the 130-acre gravel extraction site. The conditions for the natural resource extraction apply when applicable to the snow storage site, and the snow storage use was approved subject to 8 additional conditions at that time. The conditions placed on the natural resource extraction and placed on the amendment to the conditional use for a snow disposal site will remain in force except as amended if the petitioner's request is approved by the Commission. And as mentioned, this is a request to amend the hours of operation and the number of truck trips. Approval of the amendment to the conditional use for the snow disposal site was subject, as mentioned, to the same hours of operation as the natural resource extraction. And then snow storage hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. There will be no operations on Sundays or holidays. The total truck trips for both the natural resource extraction and the snow disposal site uses were estimated to range from 45 to 90 trips, involving 23 to 45 trucks per day. The request before the Commission is to allow the snow hauling and disposal operations to occur 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is estimated to require up to 400 truck trips per day. There are several reasons for this request, which include they have contracts with both commercial lots as well as multifamily units, apartments, and condominiums. So commercial lots need to be cleared prior to the start of a business day, which usually occurs after the businesses are closed during nighttime hours. Limiting the days and hours that the snow disposal site can be open would require that the snow would have to be stored at a temporary site until the snow disposal site becomes available, and then it would have to be transferred again to the snow disposal site during the currently approved hours of operation. The limited hours of operation impacts operation efficiency, increases the cost and the haul times, and it also impedes the viability of the site. The timing of snow operations will, of course, depend on the duration and the amount of the snowfall event. The number of truck trips and timing of the snow removal operations will be episodic in nature and probably will not occur on a daily basis, such as a gravel extraction operation, which does operate on a daily basis. There has been quite a bit of support for this request. The Chugach Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, as noted on page 21 of the packet, in several locations of the 2006 update to that plan, has mentioned there is a need for snow disposal sites in Eagle River. I have been advised by the petitioner's representative in a conversation today that when the Eagle River Comp Plan was originally written, there were 11 snow disposal sites in Anchorage which provided an alternative for Eagle River. There are now only 7, and as everybody knows, during last winter's record snowfall, there was an emergency snow disposal site ordinance that was written to accommodate snow storage just in Anchorage alone. The Chamber of Commerce supports the need for permitted snow dumping in close proximity to the business district, and they provided a letter that is printed on page 21 of the packet. The Eagle River, Chugach, South Fork, Birchwood Community Councils have written in support of the request for expanded hours of operation for the snow disposal site, and resolutions from community councils are printed on pages 42 through 47 of the packet. The Powder Ridge Homeowners Association Board met on November 5th, and they also voted in favor of supporting Eklutna in the process of activating their existing permit to provide a snow dump area, with the understanding that the trucks would not be driving through the Powder Ridge neighborhood. Now, there was one comment that was received. It was not in total opposition, but the writer did want to point out that the residents of Phase 1 that front onto Eklutna Park Drive are not part of the Homeowners Association. And while the writer has no objection to snow disposal operations during normal business hours, they are concerned about a 24-hour operation. However, based on the support from major organizations and community councils within Eagle River, and that it's in conformance with the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, the department does recommend approval of the request, subject to the department recommendation on page 5 of the packet, but amending condition 5 to read, in the event that backup alarm noise exceeds the standards of AMC 1570-080, which is property line noise emission standards, the alarms on on-site loaders and dozers shall be installed with white noise alarm sensors in conformance with the manufacturer's specifications. There was an amended conditions of approval that were sent to the Commission earlier today, and there is also a copy of the amended conditions of approval that were also placed on the table tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions? Commissioner Ferguson.
I'd like to say that I asked the question that led to the amendment on 5, and I appreciate the answer that I got back, and I appreciate the thoroughness in which it was answered, and it answered my concern. Thanks, staff.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? What is the wish of the Commission? Commissioner Mulcahy.
I move to approve case 2012-134, a minor amendment to conditional use to amend the hours of operation and the number of truck trips for a snow disposal site operating as an approved amendment to a final conditional use permit for natural resource extraction, and this approval would be based on the amended department recommendation that was laid on the table this evening.
All right. Thank you very much. And this motion has been seconded by Commissioner Ferguson. Commissioner Ferguson, do you have any other comments?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you support it as amended?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner Mulcahy.
Just a little elaboration. I think the staff presentation basically summed everything up. Just want to point out that Eklutna and their contractors operate resource extraction both in the Birchwood neighborhood and in the Occludon neighborhood. They have been excellent stewards of those properties, responsive to any concerns regarding noise, dust, etc. So I think that this will be a total success for the community and well needed.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to case 2013-001, which is a public hearing. The procedure by which the public may speak to the commission at its meeting is: 1, after the staff presentation is completed on public hearing items, the chair will ask for public testimony on the issue. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the commission rules of procedure. Petitioners, including all his/her representatives, 10 minutes. Part of this time may be reserved for rebuttal. Representatives of groups, community councils, PTAs, 5 minutes. If you are a representative of a group, if you would please state so at the beginning of your presentation after your name, that would be greatly appreciated so we'll know how to time your testimony. Individuals have 3 minutes. When your testimony is complete, you may be asked questions by the commission. You may only testify once on any issue unless questioned by the commission. An individual may have appeal rights relating to any action the Planning and Zoning Commission takes. Appeals must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after the Planning and Zoning Commission's final decision. Any individual may request written findings from any commission decision within 7 days. So this is case 2013. The petitioners Arnold and Norma Link and Terry Pauls and Ravens Roost Co-Housing LLC. It's a zoning conditional use for a planned unit development with total acreage of 8.63 acres. May we have the presentation from staff, please?
Thank you. This is a request for a conditional use approval of a residential planned unit development. A PUD is not a rezoning. It is a type of conditional use that allows a design and density not normally allowed in the underlying zoning district. The petition site is located north of Abbott Road, generally between Little Brook Street and King David Drive. This proposal is on Tract A of the pending Abbott Co-Housing subdivision plat that was approved by the Platting Board in November. The subject site is zoned R1 and is surrounded by R1 single-family residential development to the north, east, and west. Ruth Arkund Park is to the south and is zoned PLI. The proposed development includes 36 dwelling units and 12,800 square feet of common residential space. The proposed residential development is designed as a co-housing style development. One thing that is unique with this style of development is that the applicant is not a developer or a builder, but the future residents. Co-housing development is characterized by a physical design that encourages both social interaction and individual space. Smaller private homes contain all the features of conventional homes, but residents also have access to extensive common facilities. This development will be a common interest community under the state Ukiah Act. Comments have been received from the Abbott Loop Community Council on page 282 of the staff packet. Their list of concerns included the increased traffic impacts due to vehicles accessing 88th Street, drainage, parking, landscaping, and management of pets. The petitioner gathered signatures from 38 of the surrounding neighbors supporting the project, and that was amended and laid on the table. And other letters of support from the surrounding neighborhood were also included in the packet. An additional letter was laid on the table this evening. Staff has evaluated the proposal in accordance with the general conditional use standards and the specific conditional use standards of a residential PUD. Staff finds that the proposed development is compatible with the existing and planned land uses in the surrounding neighborhood. While this development is a change from conventional development patterns, the differences are positive. The chart on page 11 of the staff report demonstrates that all of the development standards match or exceed those required in the R1 district. The proposed height is the same as the allowed height otherwise allowed in R1. The setbacks are equal or greater. The lot coverage is only half of what would normally be permitted, resulting in the preservation of open space and the retention of natural vegetation. And buffer landscaping is required in locations where development is near to the property lines. The vehicle trip generation is comparable or less, and a proposed condition of approval will ensure that there is minimal light trespass. Staff finds that the impact from this development will not be substantially greater than that anticipated from permitted development. If the petition site were to be developed under the underlying R1 minimum lot size requirements, this 6.4-acre lot could support about 41 single-family homes. That assumed a 10% reduction for roads. This proposed development is only for 36 units. Therefore, the impact of this development in terms of traffic, demand on public services, environmental pollution, and compatibility will be less than that which is permitted by right. The chart on page 11, again, of the staff report documents this comparison. Regarding pedestrian and traffic circulation, the proposed internal drive will connect to Little Brook Street to the south. An emergency secondary access point with a locked Knox box gate connects to Mountain Brook Court. Sideways and pathways for pedestrian use will connect the parking areas with the common house and townhouse, and a sidewalk along Little Brook will also connect to the existing pathway along Abbott Road. Access to Abbott Road via Little Brook Street is the access preferred by the Department of Transportation and the municipality. According to an email that I included from Bart Rudolph, he said, quote, "Connection to Little Brook Street will give all parties better access since it will be in the location that serves all properties in the area, allowing both left and right turn movements." Using the ITE trip generation assumptions for townhouses and condominiums, the trip generation for this development is projected to be comparable or less than an ITE trip generation for the 41 units of single-family development. On page 11, you can see that the AM peak trips for the allowed by right use would be about 39. The PM peak would be about 48 versus 23 or 26 for this proposal. So on those two measures, this is far reduced. The weekend peak, it's comparable with 46 versus 48. The Abbott Loop Community Council has expressed concerns about vehicles from this development using Little Brook to access East 88th. The size of this development does not warrant a TIA, and no further analysis is necessary, nor would provide meaningful information. Given the 36 units, there is no rational nexus to require improvements to 88th. Funding has been allocated to improve that road, and improvements are an area-wide responsibility. Fire safety requirements have been met. 2 access points meeting the separation requirements will be provided. 2 on-site hydrants will be added. On-site fire apparatus access roads have been provided to ensure all structures are within 150 feet. The fire access lane proposed in front of the townhouses on the eastern portion of the site will be constructed with gravel or grass pavers capable of supporting fire-fighting vehicles, and the fire marshal has approved these materials. Regarding parking, the 36 proposed units necessitate 77 parking spaces, and 79 are provided. Since this project is being developed under AMCR 2190, the site is also required to provide overflow parking. The standard would require 15% or an additional 12 parking spaces. Per the authority granted in 2190, a variance for the overflow parking requirement was approved by the municipal traffic engineer. This decision was based on the fact that if the parking is needed, the site has sufficient open space to provide the required parking, and the need for additional parking is subject to annual review. If the annual review determines that overflow parking is necessary, the co-housing development must commence construction within 60 days. Regarding drainage, the site will generally drain to the west using infiltration at natural low spots, swales along the unportioned curb of the private drive, and a connection to the storm drain system in Little Brook for overflow. The southern portion of the private drive will have curb and gutter and storm drain catch basin inlets. This site will be graded to prevent runoff from impacting adjacent property owners, and during the building plan review, the soil drainage and grading plan will be reviewed to ensure there is no adverse effects on the surrounding property owners. To conclude, the department finds that this application meets the general condition general conditional use standards, and the PUD conditional use standards as summarized on page 17 and 18 of the staff report, and recommends approval subject to conditions 1 through 6 on pages 18 through 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Commissioner Ferguson.
I have a couple questions on the recommendations that are on page 19, and recommendation 6F, little I3, clarify how the fire lane access route will be continually delineated for maintenance purposes during periods when snow has accumulated on site. I'm struggling to understand how that will be accomplished.
Through the chair, Commissioner Ferguson. So the townhouse loop is intended for pedestrians only, but they are required to also accommodate fire access through a portion of that loop. I believe that this is also mentioned again in when I talk about what I want to review for under 6GI, I also required that they show the updated bylaws and declarations with a clear statement that the homeowners association is responsible for delineating and maintaining the fire access lanes. So that's how we would make sure that they have that in their homeowners documentation that will clearly say, this is how we're going to make it clear we're going to plow it every day, or exactly what, and in terms of delineating it as well, in terms of putting up markers or something. I don't believe we quite have that nailed down yet, so that's just our catch to make sure that we figure out exactly how that path is going to be marked and kept clear. But they will be required to mark it and keep it clear.
I don't have an issue with keeping it clear. I don't have an issue with requiring that to be in the codes of the organization. That's fine. But I'm curious how you want it delineated. Every time I see any delineation markers like that, they get plowed off. And I'm just wondering if we're not asking for something. I'm supportive of requiring them to keep it clear. I understand that and I accept that. But this continually delineated during a snowfall, you normally stripe it. We have fire lanes around every commercial structure in this community. We don't ask them to delineate those fire lanes. We just tell them they have to keep them clear. I would be more comfortable if the continually delineated was deleted and just require them to maintain them acceptable to the fire department. That would make me feel better, because I think that's achievable. I think what you've asked for here is almost impossible.
That would be fine.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mulcahy.
Wasn't finished.
Did you have a comment
And
or question? Oh, I apologize.
On page 20, H1, how did you select the Nationally Illuminated Engineering Society Model Lighting Ordinance? As my understanding is, Anchorage does not currently have a lighting ordinance, and there are competing ordinances out there.
Through the chair, Commissioner Ferguson, you're right. This section goes beyond what we currently have in code in terms of a lighting standard. So that's why I've put it here. This is the industry standard for a lighting standard to ensure that there's minimal light trespass. Lighting zone 3 is the residential zone. We've used this similar type of condition on other projects that have site plan review or conditional use review. It's our typical language that we put in when we're concerned about the light trespassing onto the neighbors. Our existing code is only concerned with making sure that we have enough lighting in a parking area for safety and security. We don't really have anything in our existing code to ensure that we're not putting light onto the neighbors.
I was working on the committee that looked at the lighting ordinances, and we felt that this organization which you chose was one of the more excessive groups to choose from, and I wish you would look at other ones that are more recognized by the society, more recognized by the industry. This one was awfully radical. I believe they were supported by the Black Skies Coalition, and some of their standards and some of their requests were the reason why we don't have a lighting ordinance today, is because we could not have that. Thank you.
Commissioner Mulcahy.
Make sure I got this right. Track B is part of the overall request or petition here, but there currently is minimum development or no development on Track B at this time?
Through the chair, Commissioner Mulcahy, Tract B is not part of this.
Okay, so they're not doing anything other than that path that's, or the existing driveway that's
That's
there.
correct. There is a letter that was included in this application. The person who is going to own Tract B once the plat goes through is a member of this proposal. And she has made a statement that she has no intention to develop Tract B, but it's not part of this development.
And if I remember, the letter says, but would in the long-term hope would be that it would be purchased by the owners of the private use development. So what would be the process if Track B were to be developed? Do they come back through here through the whole system again, or what's the process?
Through the chair, well, if, say, the co-housing community decides to purchase Tract B, they could just leave it as it is, as an undeveloped parcel. If they could replat it, the whole thing, so it includes all of it, I don't see how that would serve them. It's my understanding that they would leave it as an undeveloped parcel.
I guess my question is, if they wanted to develop it and expand what we're looking at considering tonight, if they wanted to expand that onto Track B and build additional units or expand the petition from tonight, what's the process for that?
Through the chair, it would have to come back before this body. You are approving this exact site plan that you see before you. If they want any changes or expansion to this, they would have to come back and amend their conditional use. The only thing that could happen to Tract B, if, say, that could get developed under current zoning by right.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
I note in here that there's provision that there be a dumpster provided, but I can't seem to find it on the site plan. I wonder if you can show me how the refuse is going to be taken care of.
I'm, through the chair, Commissioner Robinson, on the northwest side of the site, I'm looking at the page 2, or just the sheet C3, overall site and landscaping plan. On the northwest side of the building that says 2 dwelling units and community space, there's
Right here. Right here.
an area there that's sort of off kilter to the parking spaces, at an angle to the parking spaces. That is the dumpster.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Ms. Iverson, I have a question. It's mentioned here several times that both public water and sewer are available to the site from Little Brook and Mountain Brook, and that the existing single-family house will continue to use the existing private well. I don't quite understand. Is the existing house part of this co-housing project?
Yes, the existing house is considered a part of this development project. It's on this property. I think the applicant may be able to speak to how they're dealing with that sort of legally, but it's my understanding that the people who live there, Mr. and Mrs. Link, want to continue to have well water.
Okay. I think I can save the rest of my questions for the applicant. Thank you. All right, so the public hearing is now open. May we hear from the petitioner's representative, please?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Melissa Brandt, BRANCH with Enterprise Engineering. I'm the petitioner's representative. I think staff has an excellent summary on the project. We don't have a...
Could you, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you speak a little more loudly into the microphone? We're having a little difficult, no. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Oh.
No.
Better? It says it's on.
Do you have a green light?
Yes. Can you hear me better now? No. Testing. Any better?
Come on, Melissa, you always wanted to shout at everybody. Yeah, Mike broke it.
You should have said something earlier when they were talking, because it clearly wasn't on when they were talking.
Any better?
Yeah.
Better?
Go sit down over there. What?
Is this all for sale?
I think so.
There's a few people I'm sure that are going to testify in this one. I saw a couple of press releases.
We're not getting out of here alive no matter what.
I got 4 friends on that side, 3 on that side. I kept score on the comments. I read all the comments. I kept count comments.
Okay, how about now? Scoot over.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Good job. Good job. All right. We can hear. Please proceed, Ms. Marsh. Branch. Yes.
So I think that MOA staff did an excellent summary of the project. We have no objections to the conditions or the amendments that Mr. Ferguson, Chairman Ferguson, proposed on the project. So really we'd like to just save the time to answer any questions you have and to save our time for rebuttal.
All right. So you have 9 minutes and 40 seconds for rebuttal. Are there questions of by the commissioners on the project? Commissioner Parks.
I've just got one quick question. Is there a reason that you didn't use the Abbott Road access to this property? I mean, obviously, you've gone to the west to come into the facility. Is there a reason we didn't use that?
Yes, so in discussions with DOT and MLA, both the traffic departments, the Abbott is an arterial and high traffic, and we'd only be allowed one driveway between Little Brook and King David Drive, a single driveway to these properties. And what they were concerned with is future upgrades of Abbott Road may actually put a median there restricting movements along that roadway. And so in discussions with the traffic departments, they, in working with them, to have the access onto Little Brook, because it's below all the driveways, and then it would allow full turning movements through in all directions without adding another driveway onto that arterial to slow traffic down.
Are there any other questions of commissioners? Well, I have a few questions to ask you. Can you explain how it's going to work as far as the common areas are concerned to have public water in some facilities and, and I'm assuming septic? Should I be assuming septic?
So, no, it'll actually, there is sewer down the west side of the properties, and the Link House, the existing home, is actually connected to that.
Okay.
So they are on well. The Link House is actually going to remain, Arlen and Norma Link are going to remain in that home, but it's going to be on Tract A, which is why it's considered part of the co-housing project. They're going to remain in that home until such time that they're not. And then what happens with that house is going to be to that home, and how it's incorporated into the project at that time is going to be up to the co-housing group and the homeowners association. And so that's why it's kind of that one weird thing where that house alone is going to remain on the well, and the whole rest of the development, all the proposed and the new buildings, would be on the public system.
You lost me there for a minute when you said it is part
Well,
of
because
the
the house is going
condominium.
to remain on the property, and so then it just becomes part of the development.
And so it becomes part of the development.
Yes.
So have you figured out how you're going to address the differences in the age of the properties in determining your budget for the common areas?
That I don't have an answer for. And Mary, I don't know if you... Can I let...
Madam Chair and Commission, my name is Mary Miner, and I'm one of the families that's working on developing this co-housing project. And I would like to ask for clarification on that question because I'm not quite sure I understood it correctly.
Well, every homeowners association has to have a budget, and with the Horizontal Regime Act, your common areas, you're owned in total, so to speak. I'm not quite sure if you're going to have site condominiums or full-service condominiums, but normally you have to establish budgets for replacement, and I'm just a little confused on how you're going to manage the differences, for example, in roof repair or siding repair or other issues because of the significant age difference with one piece of property versus another.
Okay, thank you. The contract that we have with the current owners of the home includes language that they are responsible for maintaining the upkeep of their unit. And through the life that they live there for the period that they're in that home. And the other homeowners that are within the condominium association pool their funds in common to pay for those repairs.
So you're going to separate it by a different phase as far as the development rights are concerned, or have you had an opportunity to talk to a property management company regarding budgets and that sort of thing?
No, we're working with Jim McCullum to put this together. Don McClintock was the attorney who helped us write this agreement with the current sellers. And that was the language that was in there regarding the ongoing maintenance of the existing home. And Jim McCollum is working with the homeowners association group to address the condominium and the homeowners association agreements.
Is Mr. McCollum here by any chance?
No.
He's not. All right. I think those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone here who wishes to testify on case 2013-001? Would you please come forward at this time? Is there anyone else at all who wishes to testify? Please come forward. This is the co-housing zoning conditional use for a planned unit development.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Cooper, and I'm a resident in the Little Brook community. And I live on Valley Brook, which is right there on the backside of this development. And we have some significant concerns that I wanted to express to you. There's some concerns about the future impact of this project that it may have in condensed housing. Some concerns about how if this project is developed and it doesn't continue to have people living there that can afford this housing, what's going to happen to this housing in the future? We're also curious about the funding of this and what this means in the future for our community. My family, I grew up on Hillside. My husband is from West Diamond area. We have 3 children, 2 in high school. And we look at this area as being our home. I've lived in Independence Park for a time when that was an excellent fit for me, and it worked. It was a condensed housing area. And we specifically chose the Little Brook community so that we would have the ability to have a single-family home and have access there. We're very concerned about some of the situations that are there, some of the things that surround congested dwellings, concerns of the traffic issues, up to 77 vehicles going in and out of Little Brook and Abbott, which I don't know if any of you have ever been there at that turning location, but I avoid it in the wintertime because it is very scary to go in and out. It's difficult to turn left onto Little Brook from Abbott, and it's difficult to turn left from Little Brook up to Abbott. 2 of my children, as I mentioned, are in high school, and they're driving back and forth to Service High School, so we've got an increase there that we're concerned about. We're also concerned about the increase in water and sewage, and of course a decrease in the surrounding property values. These concerns should be addressed. Another concern that was actually mentioned, the Track B, Ravens Roost is currently only planning on developing part of the property on Abbott. And what will happen to the remainder of the property? Will they later expand, adding increased density living areas and more traffic and more vehicles? Will they sell the property off, and what will happen to that property? The future is unknown, and there are no guarantees, so we are concerned about this. We are also concerned about the future of this development and the impact that it may have on our community. Co-housing programs draw a unique population that's open to sharing chores and meals. Co-housing programs may be a good fit for other areas of the country. As we all know, Alaskans are different and value their independence. We have a strong concern that Anchorage does not have the volume of population to support the recruitment of these unique persons willing to live in this community. Many of the lower 48 projects draw from populations in the millions. What if this project is not successful? What will happen to that?
I am going to interrupt you because your time is up, but I do have enough questions that I would ask for you to continue in your testimony. So please continue.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What would happen if this project is not successful in the future? A recent example of this, we've seen a hotel in Spenard that has not been able to keep its doors open, and so now there's discussions about that hotel being turned into a unsecured facility for the severely mentally ill. Is that a concern for our community? And this, if for some reason it doesn't come to fruition. And I say this, I bring these concerns up out of respect of my neighbors and my friends that are investing in this, and I know that they've got best intentions. Again, I've moved from a condensed housing area to a non-condensed, single-family zoned area, and that's what my expectations were, and that's the safety that was set forward. So as a almost lifelong resident of the Hillside area, I really ask that this topic continue to be a discussion that's going on. There are many people in the community that are not aware of this project happening and would probably value having some discussions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would the next person please come forward?
Thank you. My name is Sharon Facio Nahorny, and I live at 9119 Littlebrook Street, which is adjacent to the proposed Raven Roost development. I bought the corner lot because I did want more privacy, subdivisions. If you're early Alaskans like I am back in the 40s, you know, an acre was a normal lot. Now everything is very, very close. I do not like the high density, but I did buy there. One of the reasons was because of the Lynx property and the way the trees were maintained. I have ravens roosting and my bird feeders, and it's just a delightful park-like setting. I do like that idea that this will continue with the park-like setting. They are putting in a lot of keeping a lot of trees, trying to keep as much natural as possible. It will not be high density, from what I understand. There will be 1 to 2 roads. I live on Littlebrook. That is a nightmare. The trucks are driving over my lawns. They come around the corner. They take out my yard. You know, it just subdivisions with a lot of different people of different ideas create different entities. I work hard to keep my yard. There have been very few trees left on any of these lots in our subdivision, and I know I've been planting furiously trying to bring this back to some sort of natural setting. I realize that this is one of the things they have done. The Lynx have had this piece of property for years, and I think it is an asset to the community, and I believe that this situation will help keep more land, more trees, and I believe that the water drain-off will be much better than what has been happening at our situation in Littlebrook. Most of the houses, or my neighbors, talk about the water problems because there was no trees. It's just gravel and clay in our area and very little dirt. So the runoff goes into the street and directly over to the creek behind them. Like I said, I prefer green land. If I could do it, I would. But I think this is the next best thing. So I am pleased with their insight and the thought that's gone into this, and I support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. There were no questions in the queue. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify? Anyone else at all? Would you please come forward?
Madam Chair, my name is Peggy Kelly. I'm a local realtor. I've been in the business for 20 years. I've sold lots of new construction. I'm also a resident of King David Drive. I've been there since before McDonald's, before Tamaron, before Littlebrook. I've been there and watched it grow. I know that a lot of people are unhappy about growth in this town, but I think that I've looked at the plan here, and it looks like it's something new and different for Anchorage that we've never seen before. And it might be that there's people out there that would be interested in buying into something like this. It's not going to be a low-income project. The residents that I'm looking at, I've seen floor plans, they're like $300 a square foot. There's going to be a large community center that's going to accomplish some group events and things like that. But I think that just the fact that it's very different and it is going to save a lot of the trees. I live and I back to the 4 acres on the other side of King David, and I live in fear that my dear friend and neighbor is going to want to sell that someday. She's even had me put it on the market a couple times. And I know that it'll hold 22 houses over there, and some builder will come in and he'll mow everything down and build from scratch. People will have to add their own trees. I've seen it many times. So I just would like to support this group. I'm not part of the group, but I'd like to support it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
Good evening, I'm Marilyn Pierce-Bulger, and I'm a resident at 8909 Valley Brook Circle, which is a cul-de-sac that butts up against this property. We've been owners in this cul-de-sac for about the last 4.5 years. My husband and I have a courtyard in the front of our house, and we frequently in the summer sit out there and enjoy the late afternoon sun and have looked at the trees at the end of our cul-de-sac and enjoyed the green space that butts up against this property. I am testifying on behalf of this proposal because I recognize that the group has made an effort to propose a density that's less than would be that the property is zoned for, in that there are 35 additional homes on this acreage as opposed to the 41 that would be approved with the current zoning. And I am grateful to the individuals who are involved with this process that they had the wisdom and vision to lay out a site plan that's going to preserve great large numbers of green spaces around the surrounding neighborhood. In addition, as I have become involved with this process, in full disclosure, I've actually talked to several of my neighbors on the Valley Brook Circle cul-de-sac, and 46% of the individuals who live in that cul-de-sac have signed our letter of support and are in favor of what we're doing with this project. And another 20% also were in favor of it but chose not to sign. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Could you spell your last name for us, please?
It's P as in people, IERCE hyphen B as in boy, ULGER.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify?
Good evening. My name is Liz D. Schleinitz. I am a 26-year resident of the neighborhood. I live on Swiss Place, 8621 Swiss Place, and my brother lived there before in the same house, so our family's been there since 1979. I have watched numerous subdivisions grow up all around that house. It used to be mostly green space. And many of them are poorly planned. They have sump pumps in their crawl spaces. They have no public play areas. The neighbors often do not know each other. I happen to live in a cul-de-sac, and I'm fortunate because our neighborhood has not had much turnover, and we do mostly know each other. I would like to, I'm involved with this project. I've reviewed the plans and know a lot about it. I've also read extensively about co-housing and have relatives who've lived in one for 20 years in the East Coast. The property values, that was one issue that was raised by someone else. The property values generally in a co-housing neighborhood are increased, not decreased. This has been proven over and over again. There is generally a waiting list of people who want to move in rather than a deficit of people that want to move in. It is safer for the neighborhood because all of these neighbors know each other and know what's going on in their neighborhood, so there's lower crime. It is generally considered an asset to the neighborhood, not just in terms of green space, which I totally promote, but also just in terms of safety and family interactions. Thank you.
Excuse me, we're going to ask you to spell your last name
Certainly.
also.
It's small d-e, capital S like Sam, C-H-W-E-I-N-I-T-Z.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify?
Good evening. My name is Jill Missal, M-I-S-S-A-L. I am a member of the Abbott Loop Community Council. I just had a couple of comments. I don't represent the council, but I just had a couple of comments. I don't quite understand how this development will actually function once people are in it. I think the current group that's getting together has really good intentions. I think they're working really hard. I don't understand how the development will be controlled as those people migrate out and new people migrate in. I would like to ask for more discussion to continue on this issue with the community council's involvement, just because I think there's a lot of questions that we haven't had completely answered yet.
So I have a question to ask you. Has there been a presentation or more than one presentation to the community council regarding this development?
Yes, ma'am, there have been several.
Okay. All right. That's what I read. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone else wishes to testify, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Nancy Felton, and I would like to testify in support of the project. I currently live on pretty far up on the hillside, bordering Chugach State Park. But one of the issues I have is that we're far away from town, we're further away from things, there's a long drive, and I very much would like the opportunity to be able to still enjoy the outdoors, have a beautiful space to live, and yet be closer, not use so much gas, and be in an environment that doesn't feel like a house after house after house, but more of a sense of community, as well as still not losing my environment. So I very much support this. I've looked at the site plans, I've looked at co-housing, and it really seems like a positive thing, and I'd like to see that we could have all kinds of situations in Anchorage work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Anyone else at all? So the petitioner's representative has 9 minutes for rebuttal. Would you please come forward? I'm sorry, Ms. Dean.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask the petitioner a question.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, my question is, I'm a little confused. Are we doing a replat, or are we doing something else entirely, and I don't understand what it is?
So there is a replat of the property right now. Actually, let me grab something and show you. So the existing property before plat was approved in November, there's a tract here, and then there's 2 tracts here, so there's 3 vertical tracts. And so we went before the platting board to separate it into tract A and B, which was approved. And so the tract A is the portion that's being developed for the conditional use for the co-housing.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it's not really clear on any of the maps that we've received. I feel like it's a little vague on exactly where that property line will be between those two. Is there a driveway agreement then for the link house to Abbott then?
It is one of our conditions of approval for the plat to have one, yes. So we are in the process of actually doing that so that driveway can be maintained for now.
Okay, so if we just look at tract A, that tract A is the 6.4 acres?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is for the petitioner or for staff, but one of the comments that we had in testimony had to do with, in the event that the development does not work out as planned, and I think there was a hint that it could, sort of turn into a different type of use, in other words. And I think as I look at the site plan, what strikes me is, and don't get me wrong, I think you've done a wonderful job, and I think as planned, it's a great test, I think, for Anchorage. But if you look at the site plan, it really sort of lends itself to more of an institutional use. And I think as I heard someone questioning, well, what would happen if this didn't quite work out and someone else needed to come in and sort of unwind it? And so I guess the question is much to staff. We're approving a PUD here. which is really related to the design, is it related at all to the use as well? And in other words, would someone have to come in and amend the PUD if, for example, there was staff coming from off-site to this location, whereas now obviously it's all, the community space is clearly for the community, the maintenance is handled by the community, there's no on-site management that comes to this site?
The use that's approved with this project is only for a residential use and accessory uses to a residential use. I was looking for where that is stated in the application narrative and also in the staff report.
So anything beyond the approved, a larger assisted living facility, things like that that are conditional uses would obviously come in for conditional use at that point?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So as a follow-up question, then, for this conditional use, we are in essence approving the site plan, and there can be no changes to the site plan without an amendment to the conditional use. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So the site plan and the use becomes part of the approval for the conditional use. Are there these were questions that the commission has, so you still have 9 minutes and 40 seconds for a formal rebuttal if you have anything else that you would like to say at this time.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, the first point that I'd like to address that has been raised is what happens if this fails. And I have to say that none of us that are involved in this project are developers, but we have each worked really hard and put up significant amount of our own private funding in for what right now is a very risky venture. The proposed housing is being owner designed and developed. It will be owner maintained and owner occupied. And to go to the lengths that we all have in the risks and the work and the amount of effort that goes into it, I have a newfound appreciation of what developers experience in Anchorage, because it's a very difficult process. I can imagine that we would all go through this, and it's not a phased project, it's all or nothing for us, that we would go through this and people would leave it. Someone had asked a question about what happens as the turnover occurs, and generally what happens nationwide in co-housing is that someone had mentioned it, there's a waiting list, and there's often usually a first right of refusal in the homeowner association documents, so that people who live within the co-housing have first right of refusal if something comes up for sale. If you go online and look at these, there are very few actual units available for sale in existing co-housing. They hold their value and they don't come up for sale very often. People who get into them don't want to leave. They either leave with their toes up or they stay. Another point that was raised about continuing the conversation, I would like to make the point that Ravens Roost Co-Housing has presented 4 times in the past year to the Abbott Community Council, one time to Halo, and another at the Mid-Hillside and Hillside East Community Councils. So there have been ample opportunity for discussion and plenty of community outreach. In addition to the community council meetings, we've had extensive door knocking and talking to people throughout the community. We had an open house picnic this past summer, and in November we also held a reception open house at the zoo with all of the information for people, and we advertised that widely on the radio and in flyers and in the community calendars. So there has been a huge amount of opportunity for people to participate in discussion of this project. Question?
Yes, we do have several questions in the queue. Commissioner Robinson?
When you mention that it's not a phased development, does that, so you're building all buildings all at once?
Yes.
And do you have buyers for all the units at this point?
No, and in order to secure construction financing, we have to have a certain number of the units committed. I think for a number of people who'd like to invest in it, tonight is a critical night, because if we don't obtain approval for this, it becomes harder to invest in something when you don't have the entitlement process complete.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Parks, you were in the queue? All right, thank you. So do you know how many units you need to have committed with non-refundable earnest money in order to proceed with your financing for this project?
We do, in discussions with the bank that's interested in working with us in financing, has indicated we need 50% minimum, which would be 18 of the units. And that's with 20% down non-refundable.
Right. And so how close are you?
We're getting there.
You know, Ms. Miner, I have a great deal of respect for all the work that you did. It's really a nice package, and it's really complete. We have a broader mission here, which is to, for the public good. And, of course, you know, the history of condominium development in Anchorage over the last 15 years or so has perhaps not been as respectable as it could have been. And we have had projects that have had their share of financial difficulties. So I respect the concern that one or two of the commissioners have expressed regarding the issues that relate to both interim construction financing and long-term financing. And I think all of us want to see this project be successful on one hand, but on the other hand, we don't want it to end up as a partially fulfilled project. So in other communities, are there other co-housing facilities or projects in communities such as Anchorage, Alaska, as far as size? I know you've done a lot of research.
There are co-housing communities across the country, from Maine to, I mean, the most recent one that just came online was in Stillwater, Oklahoma. But they're all over the place, and a lot of them are senior co-housing. This one is an intergenerational one, and it would be the first one for Anchorage. There's a very small one in Fairbanks. There's only 6 members in that development. On average, they're usually around 35 homes, 20 to 35 homes. We're on the high end just to spread the cost of the land and the cost of development among the maximum number without exceeding 50 adults.
So because you have extensive common areas, do you have any idea what the monthly homeowners association dues would be that would cover the maintenance and the operation of a facility that, such as what has been described?
In other co-housing communities, it runs between $250 and $450 a month, and we're looking at probably being on the high end of that, $450. The thing that we need to emphasize with this, and am I still on question time?
You are still on question time.
Okay. There are other costs that are routinely part of home ownership, including utility costs, that in co-housing are quite a bit different. In this particular co-housing, 5-star energy rating is R19 in the walls, and what we're looking at using is R40 in the walls and R60 in the ceilings. So in terms of energy consumption, they're much more energy efficient than even a 5-star.
So you have a barn, and it's going to be part of the common area. Is that my understanding?
There's an existing shop building and a small barn.
Right.
And the south half of that existing shop building will be 2 townhouses. The north side of it on the first floor will be a maintenance area for bicycles and skis and workshop. And the second floor of that will be dry storage and some home offices. And the barn building is actually going to be repurposed as 2 single-family units. And those will all be connected to the common house.
Have you had an opportunity to talk to a property manager about what a budget would be for the maintenance and replacement of those common areas?
No.
All right. Okay, you are back on the clock.
Melissa? I think that's it unless there are any other questions.
All right. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. The hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the commission at this time? Commissioner Robinson.
In case number 2013-001, a conditional use permit for the Raven Roost co-housing 36-unit residential plan unit development in the R1 districts in accordance with AMC 2150.130, I move to approve with staff recommendations listed on page 18, 19, and 20 of the staff packet.
Thank you very much. That is a second from Commissioner Mulcahy. Is there objections or further discussion? Commissioner Parks.
Madam Chair, I think there was a couple of recommended changes during our conversation with staff. On page 19, subparagraph F, number 3, to delete the continually delineate the maintenance. And I believe there was a question about H, little I, regarding the society modeling lighting ordinance that Mr. Ferguson had asked about. I just wanted to make sure that those changes were in your motion.
If I may, Madam Secretary, accept the amendment in F3I as stated, but I think I would ask Mr. Ferguson to introduce an amendment to that main motion on the lighting issue. I'm not sure what we would land with otherwise. Not to put you on the spot.
Commissioner Ferguson, did you want an amendment? To propose an amendment?
I guess I would make a motion that we limit the lighting restrictions to light trespass per the current standards.
Okay, that's in the form of a motion?
Yes.
All right, and do we have a second to that motion? Commissioner Mulcahy seconded. Is there any objection to the amendment to the motion? There is, seeing and hearing no objection, that has now become part of the main motion. Further discussion?
Madam Chair, if I may, I will be supporting this motion. I applaud the petitioner and all involved for the work that you've done. It's very challenging to be the first. We work with a builder in town who says the pioneer always gets the arrow in the back, however politically incorrect that statement may be. I think the sentiment is you're not often rewarded for going first, and I think there's a lot in here that is pushing the envelope. The PUD process itself is a challenging process to get through, and as you go through your designs, you may find a need to alter those designs, which means we'll see you right back here in front of us. I hope that's not the case, and I hope that your financing and your building comes together. But I do believe that we have a comprehensive plan that talks about a need for a range of different housing styles and, frankly, ownership, and this one accomplishes both. I also applaud the petitioner for doing the neighborly thing, frankly, by just going out and talking to people in the community. And it's evident by the statements from community councils and others and signed petitioners on this that they've certainly done a very good job of communicating and educating people on a very different form of housing. And so with that, I think that your challenges are just beginning, but I wish them well, and like I said, I'll be supporting the motion.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Parks?
Madam Chair, I also will be supporting this. I think it's very creative. I live within 2 miles of this location, and I've been looking at this property for years and years and realize that it needs to be redeveloped at some point in time. I think this is a very unique, very creative way to do it. I like Commissioner Robinson. I know that you have a lot of work ahead of you. It's not going to be easy, and developments like this are difficult. However, I would wish you the very best in it, and I hope that you're successful because I think it will be repeated in this town if it is.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner Mulcahy.
I, too, am supporting this. I think Commissioners Robinson and Parks mentioned most of the things I wanted to say. One addition, though, as was brought up, there are no guarantees. There are some risks involved. We haven't addressed everything. There are some concerns going forward, but I think we have assured ourselves that there are provisions that if things aren't going right, they will have to come back if there are significant modifications of this, and we will have controls to maintain oversight. So I wish you folks luck.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved. Congratulations and good luck. Commissioner Parks.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make some finding of facts, if we could, please.
All right.
I think that as we look through this package, we saw several things that were somewhat unique, and that the way that the community had been talked to and the number of meetings that they had with community councils and public forums. We also see on page 17 of the package that this meets the general standards and conditional use standards that have been met under 21.50.02. This proposal conforms to the comprehensive plan. It's compatible with existing planned use in the surrounding neighborhoods, and will have a permanent and non-permanent negative impact substantially greater than from the permitted use of this development. The criteria of AMC 21.50.130A, conditional use standards, has been met. This project demonstrates a creative use of land, imaginative architectural design, consolidates a usable open space, and the preservation of natural features, trees, and the like. It demonstrates a mixing of compatible land uses, residential densities, housing types within the neighborhood, and there's efficient configuration of utilities, vehicular circulation, and parking facilities. The proposal enhances the surrounding environment and will be a positive influence in the neighborhood.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other comments or findings of fact? All right. This commission will take a 7-minute break, and we will be back for case 2013-002. Thank you. 02. This is the Planning and Zoning Commission. The petitioner is the Anchorage School District, amending a site plan for public facilities. The total area is 49.89 acres. May we have the staff presentation, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The case before the Commission is an amendment to an approved school site plan concerning improvements to the football/soccer field amenities. The staff report notes the list of proposed amenities for the football/soccer improvements. Those are on pages 2 and 3 of the packet. The surrounding land use is residential. Schools and residential districts are commonly located adjacent to one another. The football/soccer field improvements are compatible with the intent of its use district, which is PLI, and with the comprehensive plan. Sports facilities are accessory and integral uses and structures typically found in high schools. The turf field will be available to non-ASD users in the same manner as similar facilities at other ASD schools. Use of the bleachers, other than incidental use associated with allowable activities. The PA system and lights by non-ASD sponsored users will not be permitted at the school. The primary effect of the football amenities on the neighboring houses to the north and west may be the noise from cheering from game spectators. A secondary noise effect may be from the speaker system. The speaker paging system will not be mounted on a few large speakers as is typical, but will instead use a number of smaller speakers in association with the bleacher seating to reduce impacts on adjacent residences. The sound level is adjustable and will not exceed municipal noise requirements for amplified sound as required by AMC 15.70. Field lighting may also impact nearby residences. The sports field lighting, as described in the narrative from the petitioner, states that lighting will be installed on both sides of the sports field. The new lighting will use 6 stanchions rather than the more common 4 stanchions. This allows for lower stanchions and fewer lights on each stanchion, resulting in less impact from height and glare on nearby residences. Light trespass will meet municipal requirements. Adequate parking is provided on the site. On page 5, it speaks to the buffer yards requirement as a result of the Assembly Ordinance AO 2002-1S, the special limitations governing that. That's all I have. For your information, we have from the Department of Health and Human Services, Tony Barrett and Janine Neschheim, here to answer any any questions the commission may have, and also, of course, the petitioners are here this evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Walsh. I would ask regarding the buffering requirement, has there been a recent inspection of the maintenance of the buffering?
No, I don't believe there has been a recent inspection. I think the additional trees were added in the summer of 2011, and I think additional trees were put in the summer of 2012.
But has there been any staff or other municipal inspections of the buffer?
Not that I'm aware of, but you might direct that question to the petitioners. They might have additional information regarding that.
Is it the responsibility of the municipality of Anchorage to enforce conditional uses such as this buffering, the special limitations such as the buffering, and is there any mechanism for regular inspection?
Our zoning inspection works on a complaint basis, so if there was a complaint that regarding the buffering, then yes, zoning enforcement would go out. In fact, now that you mention that, there was an inspection done by our code enforcement recently, and they looked at the requirements that are on page 5, outlining what that special limitations were, and they went out there and found that the buffering was in compliance with that SL.
All right. Thank you very much. That's good information to know. From Health and Human Services, are there any additional comments that you would like to make and add to the staff presentation?
Through the chair, no. We're ready to respond to questions that the commission might have. I anticipate there will be some, but we don't have anything to add to the staff report.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of commissioners at this time? All right. Then we will hear from the petition. We'll open the public hearing and hear from the petitioner's representative. I understand that this is a very controversial matter and that there are a lot of people here to testify. So I'm going to reiterate that the petitioner, including all of her representatives, have 10 minutes. Part of this time may be reserved for rebuttal. Representatives of groups, community councils, PTAs have 5 minutes. If you are representing a group and have the authority to do so, then please state that at the beginning of your presentation. Individuals have 3 minutes. You may be asked questions by the commissioner, but I would ask, given the number of people I see in the audience, if you would please limit your comments to the time that has been allocated. Any individual may have appeal rights relating to any action the Planning and Zoning Commission takes. Appeals must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after the Planning and Zoning Commission's final decision. Any individual may request written findings from any commission decision within 7 days. Given the number of people that would like to give testimony, I would appreciate it if you could be prompt in coming down to the podium to give your testimony. But may we now hear from the petitioner's representative, please.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. My name is Terry Schoenthal. I'm with the firm of USKH, and I am representing the Anchorage School District this evening. Also tonight with me, I would like to introduce Mike Abbott, also from the school district. Mike will, in good part, probably be looking to answer questions that may come up as we get further into the question and answer period. Specifically, many of the questions are related to the Anchorage School District as opposed to technical questions. Also with me is Edie Knapp, the project manager from the school district, and Dr. Kirsten Johnson, the principal from South High, and you'll hear from her in just a little while. As an opener, I would like to request 2 minutes for rebuttal that we can reserve for later if we can, and with that, I think we can open up into the presentation.
Thank you.
Tonight we seek a site plan amendment for South High that will allow the inclusion of new bleachers for 1,600 people, new stadium lighting, a public address system, a press box, an added storage facility, a new scoreboard, and other miscellaneous amenities that support these improvements, and that includes things like concession stands and ticket booths and some storage facilities. You can see on the screen, hopefully we'll be able to see an arrow moving around, but the bleachers on this side represent homestand bleachers. There's 1,200 seating on that side. It's recessed into the existing hillside. The opposite side of the field are visiting bleacher stands. That seats 400 people, and it's constructed on a steel frame, and we're examining alternatives for constructing that in such a way that it actually will work to reduce noise, but I'll get to that in just a little bit. What you see here is actually representing the existing buffer conditions that are out there, and this was taken from the existing aerial photo. Roughly there's 40 feet of buffer trees adjacent to the school area, and then another 40 feet adjacent to the property line that's open, and that is an AWWU easement. The tree areas in this help in blocking some of the views, but I would note that the tree buffer really has very little impact on buffering noise, so it's not a large factor in actually reducing noise or other potential impacts of the site plan improvements. Municipal staff has reviewed this application, and they've recommended approval of the application with 7 conditions. And I would like to note that we have no opposition to the 7 conditions that have been requested of staff, and one of those is a pretty significant condition from the Department of Health and Human Services that requires the establishment of a noise reduction plan for the facility. This project has been funded by a state legislative grant, and construction funding is currently available for the project. The funds provided cannot be used for any other purpose. If the project doesn't go forward, fundamentally those funds go back to the state, or they have to be repurposed from the state legislature. Tonight you'll hear from neighbors who live nearby, who have real and valid concerns about the impacts of the stadium next to their homes. You'll also hear from students and parents and the principal of South High, who will describe the real benefits to students of having these athletic facilities on site. As with most public projects, there is some portion of the public that's impacted by a public process, and another portion of the public that benefits to one degree or another. And what we're seeking tonight is, as a design team, what we seek are to minimize the impacts on the adjacent neighbors and maximize the benefit to the community. The charge of the Planning and Zoning Commission, in accordance with Title 21, is to consider this project in light of the following considerations. First, are the proposed improvements consistent with existing municipal plans? And we've heard from the municipal planning staff that that is the case. I don't intend to go further into depth on that, but certainly staff is available for questions should you have any. Number 2, will the proposed improvements be compatible with existing and planned land uses in the surrounding neighborhood and with the intent of its use district? You've heard from planning staff that this particular piece of property is zoned PLI-SL, and fundamentally the use of the property for athletic facilities is acceptable both as a an active recreation site and as a school use. Additionally, I would note that the area that's adjacent to South High really sits at a cusp on the Hillside District in that the area that's to the east of it and toward the mountains is lower density, larger lots. The area to the west of it tends to be higher density, smaller lots. So it really does fall at that kind of cusp that even the Hillside District Plan recommends for these types of facilities. Number 3, the demand for and availability of services and facilities. And there's really no question that all of the facilities and services required for these new improvements are available at this location. Number 4, noise, air, water, and other forms of environmental pollution. And this really, in terms of the impact on adjacent neighborhood, this is kind of the sticker. And so as a design team, what we've sought to do is to really examine alternatives for how to address noise and light pollution that might be resultant from this project. Here we go. Here you can actually see on this particular aerial photograph, you can see that, and it's a little harder to see the arrow moving around here, but you can see the close proximity of the homes that are right here to the stadium area that's right here. And obviously there's the open part of the buffer, that's the AWWU easement, and right here is the tree buffer that exists out there right now. So they are in relatively close proximity. In terms of the lighting, you'd heard earlier that the staff had talked about the fact that we're looking at 6-stanchion lighting approach to this particular project as opposed to a typical 4. And what that does is it allows us to use a little bit lower stanchions and fewer lights on each of them. We're working with a company called Musco Lighting, and they've done a pretty in-depth analysis of the area, including the type of lighting that is being proposed to use. You can see that there are pretty significant shields on the individual luminaires on these. And in fact, the cutoff is extremely strong on the field itself to the point that if there's a pedestrian path next to the field, the lighting experts have warned us that you need to make sure there's enough washover because it may even be difficult to see on the path if it's not taken care of properly. One of the things I would note is that, and you can see on this, it's a little bit, because of the yellowing on this one, I guess it's okay up there, but a lot of times people assume that if the lights are lower down, it'll have less impact on the neighborhood. It's really not quite that simple. You can see that the lighting on the top has a sharper angle down onto the field, and as a result has a sharper cutoff on the field than lower lighting, which has a much broader wash. So what we're seeking to do is get as sharp a cutoff on that field as we can. It'll result in poles that are probably 70 to 80 feet in height with 5 to 6 luminary units on each of the poles. And this particular drawing right here is prepared by Musco Lighting, and what it does is it has, they're a little difficult to see on the screen, but for every one of those locations, I'll sum up really quick. Every one of those locations has a lighting value to it, and along the property line it's at 0. Over the course of the field it's roughly 25 to 30, and with that I'd like to turn it over to the principal from South High, if I may.
That will impact your 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Well, I think I would like to turn it over to the senior high principal, and the reason for that is it's very important from her perspective for you to understand the purpose and need of the project.
All right, we do have a question from Ms. Dean, so would you please stay at the podium?
I will.
Through the chair. Actually, most of the games, football games, are going to be held when there isn't a lot of light requirement. Is that correct? Since most of the games are later in the year and not necessarily, most of them are going to be more summertime games, and so there isn't going to be a great deal of need for lights during specifically just football games. Is that correct?
That probably is not correct. And the reason for that is that the games tend to happen in the fall. A lot of them are on Friday nights. A number of them are on Saturdays during the day. But even during the day hours, frequently at that time of the year, it's beneficial to have the lights on because it allows for videotaping of the games on the field.
So which days or months of the year are the games held then?
August through October.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ferguson?
Approximately how many home games do you expect to play in a normal season?
In the current Alaska State high school football season, there are 8 regular season games, 4 of which could be home games. And in the current playoff system, 1 playoff game could be played at a team's home field.
So, in an average...
That's boys varsity football I'm talking about here.
Does Service have a JV team?
South, you mean?
Pardon me. Does South have a JV team?
You bet.
Okay. Would the JVs play in the afternoon, or would they play on another evening?
They would generally play earlier in the day, earlier than a varsity game would otherwise start.
Okay.
If I can interject through the chair, typically C-team games are held on Wednesday evening around 4 o'clock. JV games are held on Thursday evening around 5:30, and then the varsity games are either typically Friday night or Saturday sometime, either afternoon or evening.
I'm just trying to get a feel that in a typical year, there would be the chance for 5 night games.
Varsity boys football games.
Okay.
Yeah, and currently, right now, we already compete C and JV teams at our school. It would just be the addition of the varsity games with this application.
Thank you.
There are no more questions in the queue, so if you want to continue, you will use part of your 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be brief because I know we have limited time. My name is Kirsten Johnson. I'm the principal at South High School, and I just wanted to give you some of the reasoning from a principal perspective and a South High School community's perspective of why this is an important project for us. Since I become the principal at South High School, this has been at the forefront of issues that are important to the South High community. And I've heard from numerous parents and students and alumni and basically the South High School community at large that this is a vital need for this particular facility to go in at South High School. I'm going to summarize a little bit, but mostly we see this as a major attribute to our school community to provide our student athletes a sense of pride in their school community. It would lead them to perform better in the classroom. It keeps them participating in healthy activities, and overall, it improves our school spirit and sense of community. It also benefits Anchorage in general by having students engaged in citizenship, academics, school activities, and this positive impact on our school community is really tremendous. Additionally, the creation of this facility provides a safer environment as well for our students as AFS is becoming outdated and not adequate. And lastly, I'd just like to point out that the overall goal of the improved facilities from a school perspective is for a positive student experience at South High School, for our community to have modern and safe, accessible facilities, and I just really urge you to provide our students with this fantastic opportunity that we have here at hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Parks. Please stay at the podium.
Thank you,
We
Madam
do
Chair.
have a question from a commissioner.
I've got a quick question. I just want to make sure I don't misunderstand. How many nights out of the year will that football field be used? Not for just varsity, but for any use with lights on and noise?
It really depends on the season because it varies. We participate with flag football for our girls in the fall as well as boys football. And as I stated, it's typically 3 nights a week for boys football and a couple of nights a week for girls flag football. The spring is different because we have boys and girls soccer as well as track and field.
So can you give me an idea how many games? I don't have a concept of how
Sure.
many.
So in the fall, typically we would be talking about 5 games a week. Some of those games may be played on the same evening. It depends on scheduling. In the fall, we have typically 2 or 3 soccer games a week. In the spring, typically 2 or 3 soccer games a week. Not all of those would be home games. And track and field only has 1 meet a week.
And it's unlikely that the lights would be utilized for soccer or track and field.
How about the PA system?
Potentially. We currently use the Southside facility for soccer and track and field, and we don't use a PA system for that. But if the crowds were large enough for that, then potentially yes.
So how many days? I mean, you get, when you talk about in the fall and the spring, I don't know how many weeks that is.
And at this point, we could. It'd be hard to tell you. It'd be hard to give you an accurate number without knowing what the football schedule is like. How many of those are going to be Saturday afternoon events versus an evening event, things like that. But we currently use the field for all of the games, all of the competitive events we're talking about now. The only addition we're proposing as a result of these facilities would be to be able to host boys varsity football games.
Okay, that's probably a better way to say it. So it's already being used for everything else with the exception of boys varsity, and that would be a maximum of 4 times, 5 times a year, including playoffs. Okay, so 5 times a year is what it would be used, more than what it's being used today.
Right, and we've committed that the district will not allow non-ASD sponsored events on that facility to use the lights or the PA system. So we'll rent the facility and allow for use, but not for events that would require PA or lights.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thanks through the chair. Is there a general move by the school district to bring football games to the actual schools rather than at the AFN site? I mean, is this unique to South, or are we seeing this at AFS? Sorry.
The short answer is yes.
That there's a movement to change.
There are currently 2 facilities that are capable of hosting home football games now, Diamond and Chudiak. 4 others were funded by legislative grants during the last legislative session: Bartlett, Service, West, and South. There are similar requests to have similar facilities for Eagle River and East Tide, which is the 8 comp high schools in the district.
Thank you.
So just so I can understand and make sure I understand totally, there are other requests for this type of expansion that has been approved by the state legislature?
There's funding that has been provided. There are site plan amendments that have not yet been submitted but are expected to be submitted shortly. I believe UDC will get the 3 that I mentioned, West, Service, and Bartlett. And I would expect those applications to be submitted in the next 30 to 90 days.
And are they all of the same size and facility type?
Generally. Configuration may be a little bit different, but same general size and scale.
So stadium seating for 1,600?
Approximately, yes. And lights and PA systems.
And concession stands and?
Yeah, the relative scale of the facility is similar. In some cases, the bleachers may be some of the bleachers may be at an end zone side versus the opposing. Some of the sites are a little bit different, but in general, same scale facilities at the South plus the 3 others that I mentioned.
So that would be Bartlett, Service, and West?
Yes, ma'am.
So of those 3 high schools, would you say that the areas surrounding those are similar or identical as far as residential development is concerned?
To South?
Yes.
I would say West would be similar. I would say Bartlett and Service would be would have much less housing impact.
So west, let's talk about west for a minute. West is Huntington Park, Forest Park.
Yes, ma'am.
And so they have housing on one side, two side, the west side, one side.
Kind of west and northwest, but primarily the west side.
And this facility has housing on how many sides? The same side or one side?
It has housing on 3 sides.
On 3 sides. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ferguson.
I have a question to staff. Why do 3 of these go to Urban Design Commission, and this one comes to Planning and Zoning?
We're fascinated with this answer as well.
Yes, there is quite a lot of history with this particular project. It did originally go to the Urban Design Commission, and then the Neighborhood Association had questioned that, and through an appeal process, it was determined that because it had been heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and there was a certain specification in the AM for that school, that it needed to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So in May of 2011, all of us and maybe others were before the UDC for a similar discussion to the one we're having tonight.
I'm just trying to make sure that we get everybody in the right church so that we...
Could not agree with you more, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I do have a question regarding the student population at South in comparison to Bartlett, Service, and West. Are those populations similar?
Roughly similar. Roughly similar. South is 1,600?
Yeah, we're actually down a little bit this year. We have about 1,500, and West and Service around 1,800. Bartlett similar in size.
Right. So they're all in the, I would say, 1,500 to 2,000 student capacity area. East is the largest in terms of both design capacity and actual capacity. They're at 2,100 of all the comp high schools. And they're about 100 students over their design.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. You have used up your time for rebuttal.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Would those of you who wish to testify please come forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Don McClintock. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Turnagain View Estates Homeowner Association, which are the residences that exist along the west, south, and southwest side of the proposed stadium, approximately 165 homes. And it's the same community that was deeply involved in the original rezone and site plan approval for South High School over a decade ago. So I'd appreciate if I could have my 5 minutes. I can't cover everything that we submitted in our 2 letters in the record, but I would like to focus on the following and then address what I can while time permits. First of all, the benchmark to apply the site plan standards to are established first by the ordinance, but second also by the first site plan review, because that is what has been approved and that is what is permitted as of right. And this will go to a question that Commissioner Parts asked. The second is that the noise that will be created by the stadium are clearly in excess of what is to be expected in a neighborhood, and that is not simply a measurement of mechanical sound. This body needs to consider the predictable human noise. The third is this case presents a very serious question for this body especially in its adaptation or interpretation of what the dark skies provisions of the Hillside District Plan really mean. Fourth, the security fencing will basically destroy the path access and interconnectivity that was required under the first P&Z site plan approval, although the statement is made that the pathways will be kept unlocked when not in use. We all know that, like the baseball diamond, over time, these facilities are locked up, and that will cut the neighborhood off from the school in that neighborhood. And then finally, is this location really the best one for the next stadium on an area-wide basis. Now, we know that cases like this are a challenge. Emotions run high. Our Supreme Court has said that the decision, of course, is not a plebiscite, it's not a count of votes, it's not a count of hands. The function of this body, which it has always discharged so capably, is the application of facts. And we have certainly counseled our members to the standards to not be redundant, to try to address their personal experiences so that it may aid you in your decision, but not simply to come up and repeat the same thing. Now, the standard that has to be applied here, and I know everyone knows this, but it bears putting in perspective, is there a permanent negative impact substantially greater than anticipated from permitted development? And in my comments, I'm going to focus on the third of those four standards, which is noise, air, water, and other forms of environmental pollution. But what is permitted development? And this goes to the question raised by Commissioner Parks. What is the baseline? The baseline is there's lots of sports activities there now. They are done without lights, they're done without amplified sound systems, and they're also done without facilities that would encourage large groups of people. So when we measure this, it's not just a question of counting the 5 games, because facilities, to quote a movie, if you build it, they will come. Facilities like this will attract events, maybe bigger track events, who knows, but the facility's there will be impacts. So that is the baseline that needs to be done. Now, when we look at noise, there has been constant focus on the noise ordinance and only regulating mechanical sound. And that in some ways is a diversion, because the standard of the Hillside Plan, and this is at 225, is that non-residential development in residential neighborhoods should be quiet and non-intrusive. And in fact, quiet is considered an asset under 2-30. Those are your guiding principles on this. And there is no question that this change will introduce human noise, and we have both Mr. Mullins, the acoustical engineer, and the actual measurements taken to show that well in excess of what we have as a noise ordinance, even under mechanical and acoustical noise. So, in fact, what it means is that we have a use here which will introduce noise that can't be regulated. And what we will have then is a continuing, basically, struggle between two incompatible uses, and it will go on and on. That is exactly what zoning is supposed to prevent. I will point out, too, that at 222, in terms of staffing, school facilities are to be located at areas designated for growth that already have sufficient existing infrastructure, including vegetative buffers. There are other areas for stadiums in this town that don't have this sort of impact. So this is the fundamental question on an ASD basis. Now, in the record, and I would draw your attention to Mr. Mullins' report, hopefully you read that, we attached to the record, it's at record 81, he's an acoustical engineer, and unlike the lighting information that was presented by the school district, there is nothing factually in front of you to show how noise will be contained, no acoustical study or whatever. This is a record that is devoid of critical evidence that you need to support what this petitioner is asking for. And that alone, I believe, would be reason to deny the application. Promises of design that will be decided after the fact aren't sufficient, because designs can change, designs can be inadequate, and if there's no way to enforce that, the community is left struggling. On the dark sky standard, it is noticeable that the only thing we have is the 0.3 lumens at the property boundary. And I will wrap up. I would just say that the question is, does the dark sky standard just mean that any bright light source, as long as it doesn't shine on my face, is sufficient for the hillside? We don't think so, but that is a question for you. So in summary, we would ask you that to deny the application and leave the site plan that was promised this community in 2002 or 2001. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Dean.
Through the chair, you mentioned Earl Mullins' report, and I'm a little confused on the report. Is he working for your association, or was he working for the city at that time?
We had asked him to review the materials that were submitted, the actual handheld readings that were taken, and just actually called upon his experience with facilities like this in terms of what one should expect. So we hired him.
Yeah, I've worked with Earl myself. He's a knowledgeable person. Sure. He does mostly airports and things like that. So basically he's saying that there has been no plan for the audio system, and the whole design is to put poles up with speakers up with no more information than speakers, and that's it.
That's exactly right. I think from his perspective, planning would have an actual proposal that could be measured, and proper technical assurance could be given to this body as to its adequacy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Lucy Connor, and I am a member of the Turnagain View Estates Homeowners Association. My address is 3421 Halyards Circle. I'm here to speak on behalf of my husband and myself, but I also have a neighbor, the Jamie and Grant Henderson on Sailboard Court, and Ty Schomer asked me to read this at the meeting tonight. I will say from my point of view and my husband's, buyer beware. You know when you planned and built your home that there would be a high school, and it would be the newest high school and probably the best in the city. And I have a son who'll be going there next year. I have a son who's been attending Diamond. And he has lots of friends who live right in the buffer area for Diamond High School Stadium. And the people there, his friends say, yeah, they hear some of it, but it's no big deal. Well, maybe that's a teenager's viewpoint, but that's what they say for there. And it's similar to what's being proposed. My husband and I have watched as neighbor has been pitted against neighbor at very poor turnout of meetings for the Homeowners Association. I'll just put it that way. And it's become very nasty at times over this. My husband and I think we like a community. We like a strong ties in a community. And part of that community means our future generation and what we provide for them to make them good, upright, standing citizens who will stay in the community and continue that. And that includes our schools, and that includes supporting our young people in all their endeavors, academic, social, and all of the athletics that go with it. So my husband and I, the Connor household, we vote that you go ahead and grant and continue with improvement. The Hendersons feel the same way. She asked me to please pass that along also. Now, this is a letter by email from Ty Schomer. He says, "It is with much disappointment that I'm not able to be here to read this statement myself in my voice, with my emphasis towards getting these South High improvements done. I have lived on Eastwood Drive for the past 10 years. It is a terrific suburban neighborhood, and I appreciate the efforts that this neighborhood and its homeowners association makes to maintain it as one of the best neighborhoods in the city. With that said, I would like it to be known that the homeowners association does not represent my view towards the planned improvement at South High School, South Anchorage High School. Much noise, how ironic, he writes, and much money has been spent to prevent these improvements. However, I look forward to one day grilling on my back deck and hearing the cheer of the South High School crowd. As a matter of fact, I hear it now on Saturdays from the junior high squads, and like the hum of the lawnmowers, the din of children at play, and the other noises that make up this all-American, all-Alaskan suburban setting, I find it only fitting. All of my children are involved in athletics at various levels in various sports. As Alaska continues to move from a state where everyone comes from somewhere else to a place where people are from, a place that our kids want to stay and return to.
Madam, I am really sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, even though it's from another neighbor, can I submit it
You can certainly submit it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
much.
Thank you. Would the next person please come forward?
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Walker, and I'm the Student Body Vice President at South High.
And my name is Marley Luke, and I'm Junior Class President at South.
We're representing our peers, the student body, and we feel that the most important reason we want this stadium for our school is to promote South spirit, pride, and unity, not only within this school, but within the community as a whole.
And having a stadium allows everyone to be a part of something bigger, something worth fighting for. This positive aura incorporates those three concepts of unity, pride, and community. And this does not just happen with South students and faculty. This feeling and structure affects all of the South Anchorage population.
If we think logically about this, having a stadium at our school would be a much bigger pro than a con for our community. Students, families, and the community can finally all come together for events and games. Not having to drive all the way to Midtown to watch our home games would increase participation and South pride, and who wouldn't want that? Our student body not only desperately wants but needs this stadium. This stadium would stand as a symbol of true Wolverines' pride and unity, things our school could always use more of.
A stadium will greatly benefit the South High populace. As active members in student government, we directly see that school pride and school spirit have been drastically declining. And one of the largest explanations for this catastrophe is the loss of community. This is where the stadium plays an immense role. A place where South fans can commune for a common goal is one of the best places to feel like you belong. You have the opportunity to participate in a large event, you have fun and cheer, and when something goes right or wrong in a game, you feel as it truly affects you personally because this win or loss is a win or loss for the school that you are a part of. Also, having the opportunity close to home allows more to participate, as Caitlin said, and more to belong to the South community. And all of this allows each student to feel as if they are a part of South Anchorage High School, and this feeling is key to a stronger school environment. If we are to have the stadium built, not only South athletes and just South fans would be beneficial, would have the benefits, many families and others of the public have used and will continue to use this space to run, walk, play, and just have fun. A stadium allows for more to enjoy and to be active, a quality we emphasize in today's society. The stadium also presents an opportunity for revenue, tickets, concessions, and renting. The space all provide opportunities to make money for ASD and other extracurricular activities at South. This money could be used, a great use for many clubs and sports who need to travel, need new equipment or supplies, or in our student government's case, pay for school-wide events like class socials, school assembly activities, or dances, especially our junior and senior prom coming up. Lastly, when we support this project, you're also supporting a gradual and continual cycles of youth. This project will not just affect one team, one class, or one season. It will be there for years and generations to come. The benefits will continue to support each generation and overall create a better atmosphere for the future.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Would the next person please come forward?
Good evening. My name is Susan Olson. I am here representing HALO. I'm on the board of HALO. I want to read into the record the resolution that was passed by the board. This was passed after 2 meetings. We heard the presentation made by the presenters. We heard from both supporters and opponents of this. The resolution is structured with whereas clauses, probably the most powerful arguments on both sides. Whereas the acreage of the South Anchorage High School is less than standard for high schools in Anchorage, creating limits on what can be done there. Whereas school officials promised that football facilities at South High would be limited to practice fields. Whereas a legislative grant has now been secured to construct a football stadium with PA system lights and seating for 1,600 spectators. Whereas operating costs will be paid with MOA property taxes and rental income. Whereas South High intends to permit other ASD competitive athletic activities to occur in the stadium, which will use the lighting and sound systems. Whereas though the stadium facility may be rented to outside groups, South High agrees to limit use of the PA system to ASD-sponsored events only. Whereas neighbors report that noise from the newly built baseball diamond directly interferes with and inhibits normal outdoor summer family activities like picnics and grilling, and that neighbors' complaints to South High and ASD have not been acknowledged or responded to. Whereas MAO ordinances limit noise from the PA system, but noise from players, spectators, and unamplified music is a major concern of the neighbors. Whereas no traffic study has been completed to demonstrate that automobile traffic into the area for athletic competitions can be accommodated without adversely impacting neighborhood streets and safety. Whereas experience has shown sports facilities previously open to the public are locked up after significant improvements are made, thus decreasing the community benefits. Whereas ASD has no policy requiring high schools to have their own stadiums, whereas high school football players would like to be able to play in their own stadium at their own school, whereas the proposed lighting will only illuminate the stadium and will not impact or bother surrounding neighborhoods, whereas there is a possibility to install a wall behind the bleachers on the southwest side of the stadium to dampen the noise, whereas South High has agreed not to allow the PA system to be used for non-ASD-sponsored athletic competitions, whereas having a home stadium would eliminate a number of bus and car trips for South High players. Now, therefore, after 2 meetings where the discussion offered a variety of viewpoints, and after carefully considering points made and presented here, HALO does not support the construction of the stadium, the PA system, lighting, or seating for 1,600 spectators at South High School. Experience has shown that ASD has not honored its promises regarding limitations to a practice field, lighting, noise, and the tree buffer. Neighbors will experience noise from athletic competitions at the stadium an unknown number of times. Traffic will create problems in selected neighborhoods, even if parking at the school is sufficient. And most importantly, the fully equipped stadium at McCahey already exists for the purpose of accommodating high school football competitions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions in the queue, so thank you. Would the next person please come forward?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Steve Verland. I'm with the American Legion Baseball Organization, was here last spring, I guess, regarding the Taylor Young Field, which is Memorial Field, which is built at South High. And I wanted to just address a couple things, comments that people made, and then make a couple other comments. One of which is that the baseball field there, like other Anchorage School District facilities, is locked, except for the availability of teams and groups that want to use it. That's just like anybody else doesn't walk into West High and get to use the auditorium or the band room or the gym without making arrangements in advance. But if there are any groups, Little League teams or other groups that want to use the Taylor Young Field, it is available through the South Anchorage High School Booster Club for the baseball or American Legion groups. We make that available. In addition to that, there's a large grassed area next door, as well as, of course, the field turf field. I did want to comment because there have been questions regarding each school having their own field. And just some surveying that I know because of my sports background. And, you know, we could talk about places outside of Alaska, but let's talk about in Alaska. In Fairbanks, there are 4 different high school fields that are used. In Kenai, 4 different high school fields that are used for football and soccer. We hope they get flag football someday. In the Valley and Palmer, 4 different high school fields that are used by each high school. Even in Juneau, the small town of Juneau, 2 different high schools there and 2 different fields. So it's not uncommon for schools to have their own fields for their own teams to participate. It helps the school district, in Anchorage School District, in terms of busing costs, and it also builds a sense of community. So those are the real questions that you have to ask. It's not a problem in many places for a school to have its own field and its own bleachers. And I question the use of stadium. It's not Cowboy Stadium. They're bleachers for fans to sit and enjoy the level of competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions in the queue, so thank you for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
Commissioners, my name is Tim Cook. I believe the staff and the petitioner overlooked one very important issue, and that's pedestrian safety. The staff recommendation suggests that there's a trail system that would allow a large number of pedestrians to access this stadium. In fact, the access point at Layden Road has no trail. Layden Road has no sidewalks and it has no lighting. And what the staff and the petitioner is asking is for pedestrians to walk down an unlit road at night and avoid traffic. Now, what exacerbates this is the inadequacy of the parking at the school. Staff has said there is adequate parking based on the 4-to-1 ratio. But they're only looking at the stadium itself, which is 1,600 seats. When you have a football game, you've got both football squads, you've got the coaching staff, you've got the referees, you've got the band, you've got the cheerleaders. That increases the number at that game. The petitioner and staff also take the position that games will only occur after school when there's no other school activity. But there's no requirement in the record for that. So it could be entirely possible to have a game at the same time that school's going on. Also, the petitioner and staff take the position that there is not going to be any other activities at the school. No theater that coincides at the same time that a football game is going on. No basketball or volleyball or academic competition. What about baseball? It's entirely possible to have a baseball game and a football game on the same night. And staff hasn't taken that into consideration in its adequacy of the parking. And how this ties into the pedestrian issue is there's going to be a large number of cars parked on Layden Road because that's the closest access point to the football field. What this does is it now forces the pedestrians to walk down the center of the road because both sides of the road are lined with vehicles. And we know that at least some of these games are going to be held at night. So at the end of a game, you've got a huge number of people walking down the middle of a road that's unlit and no sidewalks and traffic.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions in the queue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next person please come forward?
I'm Wesley Chen from South Anchorage High School, representing South Men's Soccer. So I just want to talk about the positives of the field, because I do think that the whole stadium and everything should be constructed. First off, most of what I'm talking about is going to be about the positive impacts of increased attendance and participation in sports, which will definitely increase with a home stadium being built. Just generally for the public, having the stadium and sporting events at the school really brings the school together, and it gets everyone really excited about it. Just soccer, last season we started having our games at the South Anchorage High School field, and I know a lot of people who decided that they wanted to participate just because they would get to be playing in front of all their friends, and they knew everyone would have easy access to these games. They knew that they'd want to stay after school and watch these. So a few things I want to talk about that are benefits of all this are student involvement, academic benefit, and physical benefits of that regarding health and whatnot. So a social aspect of that is it's widely accepted fact, due to studies conducted by multiple groups, that participation in sports and just being involved in these extracurricular activities can help social development and increase general satisfaction with the high school experience. Physically, a major problem in today's world is youth, like childhood obesity and whatnot, and an increased stress on athletics and extracurricular activities will put kids in a better position to exercise and whatnot. And I just definitely think that that's a good way to help our our kids to develop healthy life skills and whatnot. And then academic benefits. I have here a study done by the Colorado High School Activities Association and the Colorado Department of Education, and they said that high school students who participate in some form of interscholastic activities have significantly higher grade point averages and better attendance. And that's been a long accepted truth that participating in these sports can help many ways within the classroom and outside. So I really do not see many reasons why the negatives should outweigh the many positives that this field stadium will bring. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will the next person please come forward?
Hi, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Morgan Ho, and this is Sarah Johnson. We are speaking on behalf of girls varsity soccer. Having a turf to call our own gives us a sense of pride in our school and in our community. Out of the 8 schools in our district, almost every school now has a turf. South has the best turf and playing facility by far, but lacking important essentials that include a scoreboard, lights, and a decent area for fans to sit. I do understand the concern of the neighboring community. However, their specific points are unreasonable. Why is being able to play on our own turf and in front of our own home crowd such a burden? The whole high school perspective is big home games, having the homecoming floats out on the track, and other big events at our school. Having to go to places like AFS or any other place that is not our own totally defeats the purpose and the whole idea of high school. This community needs to understand that not every single football game and soccer game will be played here every day of the week. For the small amount of football games that has to have the lights would be towards like October. During soccer season, lights would hardly or not even be used because the sun will be out. The scoreboard is not and should not be an issue. In both football and soccer games, the referees do not let the board go past 2 minutes, and if they do, the game is called before it would go off. Allowing games at our own field will allow more people to attend these home games. Not many people want to drive around Anchorage or Eagle River for every game. For example, in the lower 48, high school games are played at their own fields under lights with a scoreboard. Why should we be any different? Allowing the school district to expand to our field will bring our community closer together. It would be like bonding with family and friends by walking a couple blocks or driving down the street to a game. Our stadium should be no different than at Chugiak, Diamond, Service, Clark, Beggage, and even Eagle River. The majority of complaints come from adults who do not have children attending South High or do not even have kids. Those individuals have no tie to the school, so of course they would not be in favor of having a better sports facility. I speak on behalf of my girls' soccer team and of my school, and I urge you to allow ASD to expand the field because it would benefit our school and other school activities and our community as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Cheryl Myers, and I live in the Turnagain View Estates, and I'm Secretary of the TIVA Board. I'd like to thank you for taking time to consider this issue. My daughter is a South High graduate. She played flag football. We regularly enjoyed going to both the girls' and the boys' football games. I totally appreciate how fun it would be for the students to have a stadium at South High. But that being said, I am opposed to putting a football stadium on the South High campus, and I have 3 areas of concern. When ASD built South High, they clearly stated the site was not suitable for anything more than practice fields. If they had planned to put a stadium on that site, they would certainly not have put it along the residential property line. One reason is the impossibility of abating the noise of the stadium in a densely populated neighborhood around South High. I live slightly less than a quarter of a mile away from South High School, and there are approximately 161 homes within that radius from South High, according to Google Earth. In spite of being almost a quarter of a mile away, for several years the AM bell and the announcements would wake me every morning. I was not able to hear noise from the baseball fields prior to the Taylor Young Stadium install, but I can hear the noise generated from the baseball stadium now from inside my home. The crowd a stadium would bring is much louder than practice fields, and football is certainly much louder than baseball. I'm also concerned regarding the adequacy of the parking for a football stadium. No parking assessment has been done to date to determine whether or not there is adequate parking for the football game. I'm also concerned with the responsiveness of ASD to the homeowners, that it has been less than stellar. It took us over 2 years of repeated complaints to get South High to turn the PA volume down so that I could no longer hear the morning announcements from within my home. I question the fiscal responsibility of the system that allows individual school booster clubs to go directly to the state to obtain state monies to build stadiums without a clear ASD master plan determining the number of stadiums we need, and without ASD input regarding whether a particular school site is suitable for a stadium. I think it is fiscally irresponsible to build stadiums without that needs assessment or a master plan, and I appreciate that it's the state money, but ASD will have to maintain the stadiums, and I think we all remember the battles that we had trying to keep the swimming pools open over the years when the ASD said they couldn't afford it due to budget cuts. So in closing, I think it's premature to approve a stadium prior to doing a district-wide needs assessment and developing a master plan, ensuring that ASD can afford to maintain the stadiums. Then we will need to examine school sites carefully, taking into consideration the housing density of a particular school, for example, South versus Bartlett or Service. For these reasons, I hope you deny the application at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Len Seymour, and I support the school's proposal to complete this facility. You know, there's people, obviously some strongly held emotions on both sides of this issue tonight. There's people talking like there's not a facility there already. You know, if you haven't seen it, you got to go see it. It's beautiful. It needs these minor things to finish it, but it's there already. If they haven't noticed that because they didn't hear the games that are already in play there all the time, then maybe that speaks volumes right there, right? Because they talk like it doesn't exist or something. Now I hope you all have fond memories of your days in high school. I do. Some of those were playing on a football field. It wasn't as nice as this one. It was down in Kenai. But still, good memories from me, playing in front of the fans at the school. I worry that a few vocal minority here might take that opportunity away from hundreds and thousands. You've got some of them here in this room tonight, but in the times to come, generations that will go through South High, hundreds and thousands of students, young people, that might miss that opportunity of playing at their field and know what that's really like. So thank you for your time, and I hope you approve this.
Thank you very much. Would the next person please come forward?
Thank you. My name is Roger McCann. I live at 3633 Eastwind Drive, and Mr. Seymour led right into a real nice part of my talk. Our home was purchased in 1997, prior to the school even being started out. I was one of the people who worked diligently with the architect representing ASD to get the school where it is. In '99, I was asked, as well as other people in TVHA, to attend meetings and discuss with the architect what was acceptable to the local community and move on from there. Over the period of a couple of years, we spent a lot of time. I donated hundreds of hours in meetings working with the district and with the architect. Let me point one thing out. It was made very clear to each and every one of us on that committee that that school would not have been built on Elmore Road had the local community not voted for it. Prior to going to P&Z, there were meetings held, and I can remember being in this room, down at the City Hall and other locations, but a vote was taken, and it was passed that the local community, namely Elmore Road, Leiden, back in that north subdivision and into TVH or Turnagain View, we wanted the school. Again, I spent a lot of time working with the architect. The subject of a stadium did come up, and it was determined by ASD and their representatives that it was too small of a site and it was too in proximity to the local homeowners. So what happened is those fields were for physical education classes. You've heard students say that they want their activities and exercise. Absolutely, that's what they were put in for. The football field was to be practice only, to keep the noise level down, to let us enjoy our time off. You hear that there's going to be 4 games, but then you also hear that there might be more games and more lighted games. Sure, I'm a homeowner. I look at that school every day, right through our kitchen window and rec room window. I enjoy having the school there, but the thing is, when you, at 11 o'clock at night, there's still noise going on, and with a lighted system, that's what's going to happen. Anyway, the lighting was eliminated from the fields due to light pollution, and same thing with the visual skyline. You heard that there's 75 to 80 foot standards being proposed. They actually did it in the original construction planning. Rendering was done of the view we would see from our kitchen, so that it would not affect our skyline view. They went that far back then. Now there's been no communication with us as far as what our input is. The trail lights were actually changed in design to maintain the dark night sky. The PA system was eliminated from the plan because of noise pollution. It was that it would affect you no matter what happens, you will hear it. You've heard comments from this gentleman over here about the baseball field. Well, all I can tell you, last summer was horrendous. If I would go out and work in my backyard, by 11 o'clock, the noise was unbelievable. Anyway, what led to the homeowners voted, supported the school, had it put in based on the agreements and stipulations from the past P&Z hearings several years ago. And I would like to say that if you could, I request that you deny this change. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
Yeah, my name is Bob Stanton, and I'm a homeowner in Turnagain View Estates. My property borders the school and backs directly to the track and field facilities approximately 100 feet from my back fence. Needless to say, I am opposed to the amendment that would turn the existing facility into a full-fledged football stadium. We placed an offer on our home prior to the school being built, and after reviewing the site plan and other documents, we went ahead with our purchase. Because the building site was smaller than normal and within a tightly packed residential area, the Planning and Zoning Commission at that time designated that the fields would be restricted to practice only. We as buyers relied on those limitations to endure the test of time and not be placed in there just as lip service to get the school approved. The criteria requiring those original restrictions still exist to this day. As an alternative, the Muni should make the necessary improvements to Anchorage Football Stadium, thereby benefiting all of the schools equally at the same time. Limited school district funding would be better spent in the classroom and not maintaining a series of redundant football stadiums. I urge you to reject this amendment. Thank you very much. My time was short, and I think that Roger here wanted to show you pictures of the actual buffer as it exists yesterday.
That's Bob's backyard.
That's my backyard.
And when staff said that...
All right, if you could come to the microphone. Yes. Okay, yeah.
Right here.
Yes, you need to speak into the microphone.
Basically, just supplementing Bob, staff said that there has not been a study done on what the buffer zone looks like. This photo was taken from the bike trail looking at homes on Eastwind. Same here. This was from the trail along the west side of the property looking at a home. This is from a deck on Eastwind looking at the facility. You can see it's supposed to be a 75% coverage. Same thing. This is behind Jones' house. And so what you're seeing is the buffer zone does not exist as stipulations of past P&Z.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would the next person please come forward? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Anyone else at all? Please come forward.
I'm speaking for myself. I'm Ann Kessler. I live 2820 Kempton Hills Drive, which is in the Kempton Hills Homeowners Association area within 1 mile of the school. I support the development of the fields and the improvements that are proposed in this design. I see the school both as a community member. I use the area around the school because we don't have any parks in our area, so we go there as a family to do bike rides and walk and run on the track. And of course, I also have children that attend the school, and I totally support them in their academic and extracurricular activities. So I have gotten involved with my children in the sports activities. They are a wonderful, wonderful way to meet your children's friends, the parents of your children's friends, and to give the kids support. We say it takes a whole village to raise a child, and it does. And all of us can come together to these sports events and do something that's really good for the kids that's going to have lifelong benefits. I definitely see this as an asset rather than a detriment. In the time that I have been a homeowner in Kempton Hills, which has been 10 years, our children have been in school in Anchorage since third grade, and I have gotten to have good faith in the Anchorage School District, and I have seen in this particular proposal tremendous efforts with the design modifications, with concerns about lights, to try and accommodate the concerns of the individuals in that area, some of whom are my friends. And so I think that with these efforts and with having the students feel a stewardship or belonging of that field, hopefully they will become good neighbors also. So I see this as benefiting the students, the community, and those in the future. I did go to the HALO meeting in December that the woman talked about, and that question about the why have so many fields when there's AFS and the field downtown. But what I've seen and what I understand is that there's no more money going into that place. There's no place for the teams to really go warm up during the game, mid-halftime. The concession stands are in terrible shape. So if that's falling apart, then that's another reason why we need our own fields. And for me, the bottom line is this. As a homeowner, I look at my own house and I think, oh, there's a scratch on the wall, my kids did this, my property value went down, but I don't think of it that way. I think if it's a choice between property value and what benefits kids, I say vote for the kids. There are future leaders. They're the ones that need our support, and we need your support, so please vote for this proposal.
Thank you very much. Would the next person please come forward?
Good evening. I'm Christine Monette, and I'm here representing the Huffman O'Malley. Oh, there. Okay. The high school being presented to us tonight is not the high school planned, designed, and approved through the public process by Planning and Zoning not that long ago, just September 2001. The school district states that these facilities were not contemplated when the high school was originally designed, or were they? Records show that in 2000 and 2001, the Anchorage School District committed to the school board and the general public that the football field and track would be practice facilities only. A commitment made both verbally and in writing by the then superintendent. Once the information was disclosed, people made investments in their homes and neighborhoods based on what was to be anticipated a long-term commitment. Now these same landowners will either have to endure the impacts of the operations of these facilities or try to move. Disclosing then to potential buyers the negative natures of these impacts will likely result in receiving lower value for their homes. In any project of this scope and magnitude, the question is whether the impacts to the neighborhood outweigh the benefit to the larger community. Had the American Legion Standard Baseball Diamond and the proposed track and field sports complex been originally considered when South High School was designed, it's likely that it would have been designed much differently than this after-the-fact arrangement now being proposed. While we compliment the contract designer for trying to shoehorn this grand-scale development into such a small space, it is at best a poor fit. Given that the USKH readily admits that there is no way to ever control the inevitable crowd noise from a 1,600-seat stadium, a context-sensitive design can never be achieved. The school district states that it will become a community asset, available to other groups during the summer, and that the field and other facilities can be used for more of the year. The HOCC understands the serious concerns of the families that live closer to the high school and their experiencing of more noise, more often, and for longer periods of time during the year. The school districts will not commit to a limit on the number of times activities and scheduling, to the number of activities or scheduling limitations or any other possible limitation. The HOCC went so far as drafting an MOU to help address the neighborhood concerns and submitted that draft MOU to the Anchorage School District. The MOU vanished, and attempts to further discuss an MOU have been met with silence from both South High and ASD. The ASD application states that South Anchorage High School will have a noise meter and will monitor noise levels. This is clearly a conflict of interest. Who at the high school will go against their own self-interest and complain about non-compliance? Past complaints made to the school by the neighbors have largely been ignored. Past complaints by the public to HHS have not resulted in any changes at the school to the existing programs or behaviors. HHS, a part of the municipality, should agree to periodic unscheduled monitoring of evening events at an already completed facility on the South Anchorage High School campus and reject any requests by the school district for exemptions to the present noise ordinances, and repeated violations should result in the requirement that these events be scheduled to be concluded no later than a specified evening hour. On page 24 of the proposed package, it states that this project would offer open spaces for passive and active recreation. This will not be true if it's operated the same as the adjacent baseball field constructed in 2012. That facility has already been made off limits to the general public and the local neighborhood use by high fences and locked gates. Students living in the neighborhood to the west would walk to school between two semi-private complexes. The money generated by these semi-private complexes do not benefit the community at large or even the Anchorage School District as a whole. The user groups that are involved in pushing this project would be the beneficiary of the entrance fees, concession funds, and potential rental fees. Regardless of the millions of dollars appropriated from the state for this project, local residents cannot support the near privatization of public resources. In closing, the HOCC does not want you to construe that we are against high school athletics. On the contrary, high school athletics are important and seem to be doing just fine without the mega facility being proposed here tonight. A denial of this project would not end a single high school sport. However, if allowed to be constructed, this facility would have everlasting effects on the surrounding neighborhoods. I'll let you read the last paragraph, and I'll just close by saying, therefore, the Huffman O'Malley Community Council does not support the building of this sports complex on the South Anchorage High School campus.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions in the queue.
Thank you.
But this might be the appropriate time to get some input from Health and Human Services, since you're here this evening to assist us in response to some of the issues that have been raised.
Yeah, this is Tony Barrett with the Department of Health and Human Services. I think there are a number of comments that were made tonight that are probably on target. One is the comment that we need to consider human noise, not just mechanical. Another is a comment that there is a need for a noise study or a plan that addresses or provides sufficient information for planning and for health staff and for the Planning and Zoning Commission to make a decision. And I think we've been assured that there will be such a plan. So part of the question, I think, before Planning and Zoning Commission tonight is whether you want to see this plan and the staff review and comments before you make a decision, or whether you're comfortable giving approval tonight based on subsequent or following approval by Planning and Zoning of something to be submitted to them at a later date. So I think that's one key decision that the Commission needs to look at tonight. We have looked at the study done by, or the report, I guess would be a more accurate statement, by Earl Mullins, the noise consultant for the Homeowners Association. We certainly respect Earl's opinion, as one of the commissioners stated tonight. Earl's indicated that he believes noise levels could be as high as 75 decibels near homes on East Sound Street, and that typical noise levels of 65 to 70 decibels might be expected. Studies in the literature indicate that it's reasonable to expect typical noise levels from a crowd, particularly a large crowd, to average around 70 decibels, as much as 200 to 300 feet away from the source of the noise. And that's consistent with what Earl had reported. It's also consistent with studies in Seattle, study that was reported, I think, in the packet that you have from Texas, a legal case in Texas for a 35-acre sports complex. Community College in California, and other studies. So these numbers are reasonably, even though not a lot of information has been provided about noise at this particular site, the information that has been provided would suggest that it is reasonable to expect that noise from bands, from the PA system, from the crowd itself, from bells, whistles, horns, sirens, whatever the crowd might bring, would exceed the maximum allowable levels under the noise ordinance. So some of these can be mitigated through engineering design and construction practices. Some of them can be mitigated through operational controls. So engineering design can do things like sizing and the placement of speakers. You heard a little bit about that tonight. Concrete bleachers to minimize the amount of noise made by people stomping their feet on the bleachers, for example. Sound dampening on the metal bleachers. Some of this has been addressed. The placement of the bleachers. The location of parking lots and access roads to deal with noise from vehicles and non-vehicle noise. You know, people's car alarms going off, their horns honking after a game, the music, etc. These are all things that can be dealt with as part of an operational plan, whether it's hours of operation, the time of day, duration, frequency, prohibiting noisemakers at the games. These are the kinds of things that should be spoken to and addressed in a noise study that we don't yet have before us. I think it is worthwhile also to indicate that noise substantially louder than the ambient or background noise might be a noise disturbance as is defined in the ordinance. We've said on the record a couple of times that the health district's noise regulations does not address the unamplified human voice. In other words, people in the stands shouting or yelling is not something that is covered. Covered is not the right word. It is covered. It's addressed in the regulations. It's specifically exempt from being regulated under our noise ordinance. We could not cite or take enforcement action from crowd noise at the stadium. So this is something that needs to be addressed as part of the planning process. It's not something that can be addressed as an enforcement measure after the fact. Some have suggested, I think Earl has suggested, that in some cases you use a standard of not to exceed noise levels not to exceed 5 decibels above ambient. We don't have that kind of provision in our ordinance, and so if that's something that Planning and Zoning thought was an appropriate condition to put on this, I think that's something that you would have to do. It's not part of the noise ordinance.
Thank you very much. We do have a question from Commissioner Dean.
Through the chair, I started writing a recommendation number 8, and I wrote, require a mechanical engineer specializing in acoustic design to design the sound system and coordinate the sound buffering with the landscape architect. You did mention, as a side note to that 5 decibels above ambient noise is the most that should be accepted by the neighbors. Should we include a second sentence to that effect?
Through the chair, Ms. Dean, first of all, I'm not sure the sound system design, if we're speaking about the speakers, if we're talking about the PA system, that's not going to address the crowd noise issue. So while that is part of something that has to be done, and it's an important element, it's not going to address the concerns about crowd noise. I didn't recommend 5 decibels above ambient. I'm just saying that is a recommendation that others have made. That's the type of thing that you see sometimes in other ordinances. We don't have it in ours. And the literature on case studies where neighborhoods have sought court action against parks departments or school districts for proposing these kinds of facilities, they have used that kind of increase above the background as part of their case against the development. So that's something that could be done. It's reasonable. I'm not recommending it specifically, although that is certainly one way to approach it. But I think what you'd have to do is that would have to be part of the design. You'd have to know in advance that crowd noise would be mitigated or controlled so that it didn't exceed a certain level. It's not something that we can enforce under our ordinance after the fact.
Thank you. Ms. Dean, did you want to continue? All right, thank you. Commissioner Ferguson, I saw a blinking light on.
Would you enforce, if we place a limitation, assuming for the point of discussion, that 5 decibels above ambient at the property line, would that, if we wrote that in as a special limitation, would that be something that you could enforce, or would that be something that you would not enforce?
Through the chair, Commissioner, we would monitor that and report back to planning, and whether it's enforced or not, I think, would be the responsibility of the Planning and Zoning Commission who would impose the condition. I'm not sure exactly how that gets enforced, but we wouldn't enforce it through the noise ordinance. We could monitor it, we could report on it, but as could others, but we would not be enforcing it.
Do you know of any mechanism that you can enforce human crowd noise, cheering, horn honking, whistles, loud clapping? Is there? I don't know how you enforce that type of situation.
Well, through the chair, there is no mechanism, as far as I know, under the Municipality of Anchorage noise ordinance for us to enforce that. There are certainly provisions for neighbors and others to enforce noise through civil disturbance or civil provisions. Somebody standing outside the library, for example, shouting could be a public nuisance, and the police could certainly investigate and charge that. We wouldn't do that through the noise ordinance. So I think the answer to your question is no, we don't have a mechanism that we, the health department, through the noise ordinance, but there are mechanisms for civil action to be brought if there's a noise disturbance.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of commissioners? Would the next person please come forward?
Do you have a way to turn this on? The light.
There's a switch up above. Right underneath it.
This one?
Ah. Put this away. Can't do this anymore.
Thank you. My name is Alex Slivka. I'm here testifying by myself. I am the president of the Turnagain View Estates Homeowners Association and have been so since 2000. It was interesting to note earlier tonight in your discussion with the school district where they described their goals for their capital improvement program: quality of education, thoughtful budgeting, shared services, opening resources to the community, and that these communities belong to the taxpayer. This proposal stands in direct contradiction to their testimony to you tonight. Much of what the ASD says to you is reasonable, sounds reasonable. There'll be use restrictions, they'll comply with the noise ordinance. We are disappointed to have to report to you that after 8 years of operating history, our experience with the school district has been one of promises not met. You asked earlier about the buffer would be maintained. In fact, we have asked continually for the school district to maintain the buffer. We have filed complaints with the planning department to have them enforce the buffer requirement which you placed on this property. And in fact, they have come back to us and said, we don't have to enforce that special limitation. And in fact, the school district has testified at open hearings that they don't believe if they take something out, okay, they'll replace it. But if it falls down, doesn't matter. You've seen pictures of what that buffer looks like now. The UDC in 2011 considered it woefully inadequate. The only reason stuff got planted was because they were before a hearing. And we have no reason to believe that anything more would be planned from a buffer standpoint. As you've probably heard many times, it does nothing to do with the noise. The continuing violations of the noise ordinance, I think you've heard it pretty directly from Mr. Barrett, and they have admitted as well in public testimony, there is no way to mitigate the noise. You talk about Diamond. Diamond has an earthen berm. The only way you're going to mitigate noise is put in a berm. You've heard testimony about the original site design process. As you can see from this, as was testified, this was designed specifically knowing that there would be no stadium. If they had wanted a stadium, they could have moved that field somewhere else. But they said community and school come before stadium then. Now they're coming back to you and say, ignore all that. You have heard our council outline the law, how the existing design cannot possibly be used without permanent negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. You heard Mrs. Connor's testimony. Our neighborhood has been torn apart by this for no good reason. You made a decision 11 years ago. Nobody has offered a good reason why you should change that decision now. You should know that neither the ASD board, nor the assembly...
Can I give you 1 minute of my time?
Well, it'll take just shortly. The assembly and...
Mr. Silva, your time is up,
okay,
and I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Okay. All right. Are there any questions?
I guess the only point is both the assembly and the school district have agreed
Mr. Silva,
to...
you must sit down. Thank you very much. All right. Would the next person please stand up? Come forward.
My name is Rodney Powell. I've spent almost 50 years working in subdivisions across this country, and I've never seen homeowners so disrespected. I live almost a mile from the soccer fields in Bear Valley School. With my windows closed, the TV on, and my wife talking, I can hear screaming without any PA system. I wrote squawking. She put talking. This one will be heard for a 1 mile radius. If you want to put a PA system 50 yards, half a football field away from people's dinner table. These people compromised on putting a school in a bad location. They shouldn't have to compromise on their sanity. Are you aware that people are being threatened by proponents? People having harassing calls, having property damage? People selling their homes because their kids are being threatened? People at Diamond go to the hotel sometimes during the games, and they're afraid to testify on the issues because of retribution. Promises were made. It's your job to see that they're kept. The plat clearly reads, practice fields for a reason. It expresses a sentiment at the time. Otherwise, it would say future fields. Spending this much money on a project in utilities maintenance means your kids are smart enough already. You don't need to spend the money elsewhere. Or perhaps your maintenance is all caught up. I don't think so. I could never vote to devalue people's homes or quality of life. I certainly wouldn't want to be remembered for devaluing people's homes and quality of life. Buffering would be described as negligible or a joke. Does your budget include attorney's fees? Minimizing impact is impossible. No noise study, the most important issue, and there is none. I have no kids. I pay thousands of dollars in school taxes, in taxes for schools. I'm okay with that. So I am affected, and I have no interest, so I do have an interest. Some days these kids will understand why some of these people don't support this issue.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
And thanks for passing that last thing on the 36 unit. I didn't think they'd get this far. I appreciate it.
Could you, we need you to restate your name.
Rodney Powell.
Thank you. Would the next person please come forward? Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify?
Madam Chairperson, my name is Amy Young. I live at 3603 Eastwind Drive, and our home backs up to the baseball field. This is one of the views from directly behind our house. 16 years ago, when we purchased our home, we were told that there was a possibility of a school behind us, but the fields would be practice only. We were also told that there would be a natural barrier and that the fence that went in, the chain link fence, would be right up next to the natural barrier. The fence is about 1 foot from our fence. You can see how the natural barrier turned out, and now the fields are suddenly going to become stadiums. What has changed in the time that the land was purchased and the school was planned and built? There's no additional land for the school. The track has not been moved to a different area. The population of the school has not decreased. The students who will be at South High for 4 years and then move on will not be any better or any worse than their opponents because they do not have a stadium at their home school. Their experience will not suffer because they play at a stadium in any other part of the city. In fact, South High School has always been a contender in football and soccer. It's ironic to me. I believe sports should be an avenue for teaching honesty, good sportsmanship, respect for your competitor, humility, and integrity. But this issue has brought out the worst, I think, in both sides. It has been extremely divisive and negative and has caused animosity and stress. Of course, students who have played or are currently playing sports, parents who do not own homes that actually neighbor the school, and ASD administrators and coaches who do not live near the school would be for the stadium. I would be too. The students who will move on again after their 4 years and the parents, administrators, and coaches have the choice to attend a particular game and then go home. For us to escape the noise, we have to leave our homes. Their right to be able to compete at the school should not trump our right to the living environment we were promised when we purchased our homes. They won't feel the pain in their pocketbooks, but we will. If the community really cared about these students, they would take a look at viable alternatives. This money is not going to disappear. There is plenty of time to look at this with planning and common sense. Regardless of where the stadium is located, one team will bus and the home team will be driving to the school. Pool the money, revitalize Mulcahy, or build a couple of centrally located stadiums. Put one in that is covered and extend the season so that these athletes can go on to compete with athletes in the lower 48. A covered stadium or two would also allow the students to play without the weather wreaking havoc on the end of their season. This is about values. This is about keeping your word. There simply is not enough room at South High School for a stadium. The ASD chose to put the school there, and in doing so, they knew they did not have the acreage or the room around the track.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes. Would the next person please come forward?
Madam Chair, my name is Leverett Hoover. I'm a owner and resident of Turnagain View Homeowners Estate, not represented by our president or our legal counsel is here because I support the fields. Dow Engineering, file 142-22, dated January 7, 1993, case number 5-9059, the original design of Turnagain View Homeowners Estates Homeowners Association originally did not have homes that were going to go in the East Wind area. At that time, it was stated that they knew that the school was going to be built there and they wanted to make sure that there was a proper buffer. With talking with developers and real estate agents, it was decided that those homes in that area were a hot item. They knew that they could sell those homes. When my wife and I decided to move back into that area in 2006, we tried to buy a home as close to South High as we could. The closer we got to the school, the price went up as much as 15 to 20% per square foot on those homes, the closer you got to the school. As far as some of the things that the fields and the concessions will bring, it will be a source of revenue, not only for the school, but for the student athletes. Additionally, we heard about pedestrian safety. What about student safety? I've had the experience, the unpleasant experience, of kicking off the baseball field and both the football field downtown at Mulcahy, drunks and homeless people that were creating unsafe situations for our students and our student athletes. Additionally, I've asked to put in additional lighting into our neighborhood, but I was advised by our homeowners association that the lights along the bike paths leading up to the schools would only conflict the residents living along those bike paths. I've asked numerous times that we can set the timers on those lights so they're on during school hours and off, but they have chose not to look down that path. The baseball fields being locked. Yes, they were being locked. One evening I did go up there and I found the fields unlocked and proceeded to ask a gentleman from our homeowners association who was allowing his dog to run on that space. He kindly left. I locked the gate after we had to pick up the dog droppings that were there. Additionally, I've had to ask individuals off the South High football field to be escorted off, their animals off the field as well. I have never once found that field locked to where you could not access the football field up at South High. I've also suggested putting in a 30-foot sound barrier that you see along the Seward Highway through discussion with various homeowners, and they continually said, no, we don't want that because it will block our view in the wintertime. If you take a look at the pictures that you see here, these pictures are different than what you would see in August, September, and the 1st of October when those games would be played. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Please come forward.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Gerhars. I live on Teton Place, about 2 miles away from the school. You've seen tonight there's overwhelming support for this project completion, and completion for all the high school fields, actually, that are upcoming that the ASD testified to earlier. In interest of speeding this process up, I know there are some people here that want to be counted, may not want to testify. If those who are here in support of the project would please stand up real quick, just so you can be seen. Thank you. Appreciate it. This project is about greater good of the community. It's about it's right to create positive developments that benefit children, promote family and community. The events at this field that would significantly impact the opponent neighbors are limited in number and temporary in duration. Some opponents you've seen in the planning and zoning comments before you say that parity among schools argument should fail because it's not there's not currently parity among academics in school. I beg to differ. Students here in the school district can apply for various academic programs and attend different schools. The school district absolutely prohibits that in the sports world. Students cannot go to another school because, like Diamond, because they do have a facility there that allows for home games and that. The primary concern here, obviously, is noise complaints. After 5 hours of testimony at UDC last May 2011, one of the significant things that was brought up at the UDC was that they couldn't help but believe that crowd noise and cheering and communities coming together at events like this is happy noise. I totally and completely agree. I also understand that we can get exemptions for special events when it's noise that can't be controlled or enforced. So if there's a special event that involves crowd noise that doesn't have to do with PA systems and decibels, there can be exemptions for that. There's lots of types of positive noise. National anthem, for instance, kids walking to do fundraising for a special event like breast cancer research. Both of those noises at South were complained about by surrounding neighbors. Those are positive noises. Cheering is a positive noise. In terms of redundancy, I do hope all the fields are built at all the schools. I hope we can make all the most positive changes we possibly can as a society, and that they are completely and utterly redundant for everyone's sake, because positive change is good. And to me, that's okay if it's redundant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Patrick Eberhardt. I'm the president of the South Boys Soccer Booster Foundation. See, a lot of my comments have already been addressed multiple times, so I'll try and save you a little time. We appreciate your patience as you listen to all of us. Our Booster Club is a group of parents who advocate for kids' sports. Usually that just means raising funds and buying uniforms, and we do a little scholarship work, and we do advocate for better equipment. Seems like not that long ago, most all of us were here having a similar discussion about South Fields. I think you heard from a lot of the same parties. It's important to note that there has been a seismic shift in events since that occurred. Those fields have made a drastic difference in many, many sports. The one sport that hasn't made a huge difference in terms of games is varsity football, which is still offside. But for many JV families, many C-team families, they've had the opportunity to go up and see their kids play on just what is an absolute gorgeous facility. It is, in fact, a natural amphitheater, and the surface is essentially professional quality. Being an advocate for kids' sports, you've heard it multiple times tonight. I'll repeat it quickly. We obviously believe that physical education and the athletics are important. You heard a fellow here testify tonight. He still recalls his sports activities and the things he learned on the playing field in high school. And I had the same kind of thing. I might not remember what I did in chemistry, but I sure remember dropping the ball in a certain game. So the other point in that regard, that the facility does get a lot of use by physical ed classes and city and club sports during the summer. It's important that the Commission understand how this facility is used in regards to our soccer program and the brief period of time that we get to use the field. These fields, one of the key things about these fields is that they lie silent 6 months of the year. These fields lie silent 6 months of the year. So what that means is there is no noise. When you hear about 5 dB above ambient, I tell you that's a trap. Because what is ambient? How do you measure ambient? In the middle of the night in the winter, it's going to be a pretty low value. And so I got to tell you that is not going to be a workable solution to this problem. But I'm sorry. Back to the lie silent. Our program gets to get outside at approximately the first part of April. And so that gives us 8 weeks, roughly 8 weeks of our season to get all of our practices and games in for 5 teams. And one of the reasons that it's not viable to have just 1 or 2 main practice fields and turf fields in this town is there just is too many kids playing. And we can't literally get all of those JV games in. When there's a late winter.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Would the next person please come forward?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kathy Gallagher, Gallagher. I live at 3701 East Twin Drive in Turnagain View Estates. I would like to say that our homeowners association does not represent my viewpoints nor my opinions. My home was built in 1998, and at that time I was told by the realtor that showed us the property that there would be a school going in behind us, and there was a possibility that it was a high school. I was informed of that. I was excited about it. I had a 2- and a 4-year-old at the time, and I thought, how neat to have access to the school. And, we used the area a lot. I also remember attending meetings about when South was going to be built. And it was very contentious, very confrontational. There was a lot of yelling, those types of things amongst neighbors. People were saying that they were concerned with a lot of the same things we're hearing now: noise, traffic, vandalism. I believe the term hoodlums terrorizing our neighborhood even came to be. As a parent of young children, I was a little disheartened because I was thinking they're talking about our kids, the kids that live in our neighborhood. My house backs right up to the football field. I do hear some noise on occasions. I hear cheering when our soccer team scores. The loudest noise I had was when we had that first home run hit on our brand new Taylor Memorial baseball field. That was pretty loud, lasted about 20 seconds perhaps. The issues that they were concerned about when the school went in have been minimal. And I think we're seeing a lot of that same hoopla here where this is going to happen, that's going to happen. It's speculation. I'd like to address several of the neighborhood issues. I am a kindergarten health teacher for the Anchorage School District. As far as user groups, we've always had user groups up there. They will continue to apply for permits and use it. There are huge dog shows up, 300 plus dogs up there. There are no complaints about that. They do, however, complain about our baseball games and other things involving the kids. Additionally, as far as the track, I believe that's been addressed. The track's consistently in use. It will continue to be. And last, I am vice president of the Baseball Booster Club. I don't know a whole lot about football, but I do know a lot about kids, and I think that having their own football field is good for their morale. It's good for building self-esteem, teamwork, sportsmanship, all those things that go along with those. And additionally, or finally, the booster clubs do not get funds from the admission fees, and also the funding for the ball field does not take away from ASD fundings or from classroom and students. It's money from the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
My name is Cornelius Eastman. I live on 3751 Layden, right across from the school. I'd like to address another source of noise we have, and it's not the cheering that we hear, and all summer long, 2 or 3 days a week, 3 or more men were using leaf blowers to groom the ball fields for over 8 hours a day. We had a storm this fall that blew down numerous trees around our community. The chainsaws used to clear the debris were considerably quieter than the leaf blowers used by the lawn groomers. I hope maintenance people on the school grounds will find quieter grooming options for all our fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your new testimony. It's appreciated. Would the next person please come forward?
John Lewis, the head football coach and track coach for South Anchorage and lead security for South Anchorage. I want to sit there and be able to offer my, be able to answer questions, because I know we were talking about scheduling and different things like that. One of my views, unfortunately, I blame myself. When I first was given a job when the school opened, my dream was to have a home stadium. Growing up at Chugach High School, having a stadium, the community out there, the outpouring of people showing up to just cheer your team, even though their kids weren't there, was huge. To build that for South Anchorage was a passion of mine. With the opportunity that we've been given for this field, I've been able to show our kids by traveling out of state. The last place we were at was Placer High School out of Auburn, California, where the community was built around the school. It was built 100 years ago. And literally kids walk across the street and right across the yards to go to their gym. But the community has involved itself around the school and the participation of sports. People come outside, they sit on the lawn chairs, they watch their games, they enjoy it. When we were able to see that, it was a vision again of what could happen to us at South Anchorage as well as all the other schools. When we look at scheduling games, it is a concern. We are talking about football. Football has 4 games that are scheduled at home and 1 in the playoffs if you win. We're fortunate that it is a long season that starts the second week of August. The most games we've ever had in the month of September was 3 home games. It's happened once in 8 years. That schedule normally happens just 2 home games at night at home, as well as it might not be a home night game, it might be a home day game, so you may only have just one evening game. To give a kind of a rough estimate, 5 games is a little too much. We'd like to have all of our games at night, but that won't happen. We're looking at generally 1 to 2 and hope for the playoffs. On the noise, one for noisemakers, that's not you're not permitted to bring them on to stadiums because they don't want noisemakers, because it is an unfair advantage. So there is cheering. There is cheering with winning, and there is cheering with participation and the effort toward your school. I myself, I do not live here at South. I live at Russian Jack Park. I'm 100 feet away from 8 softball fields and 4 soccer fields that go on a lot more than it does at South. 10 times more. I'm still able to still barbecue. I'm still able to sit there and have a nice evening on my deck. And I enjoy hearing kids, as well as with the softball field, many adults playing from 5 o'clock until 10 o'clock at night, every single night, until the end of September and the beginning of October, and then fall ball starts until it snows. Before we were...
Thank you very much for your
Not a problem.
testimony. I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next person please come forward?
Chair and members of the Commission, my name is Kathy Gleason. I'm president of Turnagain Community Council, and I had no intention of speaking tonight. I was here to gather information only because at our Thursday Community Council meeting, we have the privilege of having West High Principal Rick Stone come and talk to us about a proposed football stadium and other sports amenities at West High. And so I wanted to come tonight to just get some more information about what's going on with this whole stadiums at each high school proposal. And with the exception of not having any idea of back when West Romig campus was built and any stipulations or conditions promised to the adjacent Huntington Park neighborhood that a football stadium may or may not ever be built, there are a lot of similarities that I'm seeing between what you're being presented tonight and with the proposed West High facility, football stadium. And so I just made a few notes in no particular order. With regard to ambient noise and that discussion, I found it very interesting. The International Airport is currently doing a Part 150 noise study, and monitors were placed around Turnagain. I doubt if any were placed as far east as Huntington Park, but I'm not sure about that. Anyway, the results of that noise study found that the ambient background noise study in Turnagain was almost park-like. And it's an outside consultant who did this. And in 30 years of doing noise studies in urban areas across the country, we were the quietest of any other city he had monitored. And the result of that is that any noise above ambient noise is that much more, people are that much more sensitive to the impacts of hearing that. Just FYI. With regard to the word stadium, I don't think that's a bad word, and I don't think that these should be called anything but stadiums. You've got bleachers, PA system, scoreboard. To me, that's a stadium, and in fact, the West Romig implementation plan has a line item list of the legislative funding that they received, and one of it was specifically said West Stadium. Having said that, I have no idea, contrary to a previous speaker, I think it's premature to know whether the neighbors in West support a West Stadium, because my fear is that there are a lot of people that live in that area that don't know anything about this proposal. The Community Council was never notified with regard to any kind of public forum that this was going to be discussed during the implementation phase. It's very disappointing that we weren't brought in at the beginning of this. We had no idea there was a legislative funding request submitted to the legislature last year until after it was granted, and still not even sure who asked for that funding, and it's really unfortunate they didn't come to the council then to talk to us about it, talk to us about the proposal, perhaps get our support. So I think it's premature to say that we all support the one at West High. I think that has yet to be seen. I'm hoping that having it on our agenda on Thursday helps get the word out, but even that, I don't know if we're too late in the process to have any kind of impact one way or the other on conditions or siting or anything else. So that's a council concern. My understanding, and I'm hearing this secondhand, so I'm hoping that maybe someone from the school district can inform you and the public, that on December 14th there was a Muni school district discussion about football stadiums at every high school, and a proposal that came out of that was a district-wide needs assessment study, which I think is a really good idea, whether you're supportive of this idea or not. To find out what the need is, perhaps the cost benefit. I'm also concerned about where the funding is going to come from for maintenance, and I think that there shouldn't be any movement forward at a stadium at any of these high schools that have received funding until that needs assessment has been done. And then this new idea of a noise study is interesting as well, and perhaps that ought to be in place before we move forward with this idea of putting a high school stadium in every location within the Anchorage Bowl. I think that's probably all I got out of what I've heard so far. I really appreciate the school district, Mike Abbott, and Rick Snow for trying to get the council involved at this point at my request. But I think it's unfortunate that at the community council level anyway, that we weren't involved much earlier in the process to assure that this is a compatible use for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I don't see any questions in the queue.
Okay, thanks.
Would the next person please come forward? How many people are left to testify? May I see a showing of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do you want to recess now or after the end of the testimony? Now?
All right, thank you very much. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 7 minutes. Thank you. All right, who is the gentleman that was at the podium that we decided to take a break? Would that gentleman please come forward? This is your chance to give public testimony. Did we lose him? All right, would the next person who wishes to testify please come forward? It's getting late in the evening, and I hope that you have new testimony. Thank you. Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner and Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Laurie Skanke. Last name is S-C-H-A-N-C-H-E. I have had 2 kids at South High. They've both graduated. My son was on the football team, although he never got to play, kept getting injured. So, but we still supported the games, and we went to every one. I won't waste a lot of your time because it's getting late, but there's just one point I'd like to make, that originally when the school was talked about, it was talked about as practice fields, but plans change. Things evolve. Needs become different. No one knew that the Anchorage football stadium bathrooms would be condemned. The other thing I'd like to point out, and you may want to check with staff, is that 2 different people noted that the Planning and Zoning Commission put special limitations that these be practice fields only. And I worked on the original UDC application for this project, and I did not find anything that stated that. It was merely in a flyer that was given out to people by the school district. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Would the next person please come forward?
Hi, my name is Lisa West, W-E-S-T, and I am the president of the South High Football Booster Club. A lot of the points that I wanted to make have already been made, so to save time, I will skip over a lot of what I had here. But one thing that I did want to say is that Anchorage is a progressive city. It is not a static city. And the progress that I've seen in my 23 years of living here has been quite impressive. And while I've heard that the Anchorage School District said the field would originally be a practice field. I've never heard anything stating that ASD promised it would forever and always be a practice field, just like Mrs. Skeggy just said. It is my understanding at the time that the school was built that there was no funding for the field improvements that we're asking for tonight. And yes, because of that reason, at the time, it was used only as a practice field. However, times do change, and thank goodness they do. If they didn't, it would be illegal for me as a woman to even cast a vote. So thank goodness times do indeed change. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
All right.
Everything else was talked about.
Thank you very much for your brief testimony. It's much appreciated this late in the evening. Please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Mattice. I'm a homeowner in Turnagain View Estates. I wanted to say that I feel we are here today because of a grand misrepresentation on community need. Yes, we did need a stadium, but when we were planning the school, before ground even broke, we tried putting a stadium in, but it was denied because there wasn't enough room. And that's why they said, well, you know, you get these practice fields. So, and there really isn't anything that says that, maybe no one's found anything, but there's a schematic site plan that says practice football track and track on here. And when I was looking at the plan also, with the funding, the lack of funding that we have, I thought it was important that we do look at what our community needs. And I don't know that we need another stadium, but what we need is a facility that we can do something year-round. I mean, we have all different athletes. We have skiers. We have our debate team has been, they've probably won state 7 years. I mean, there's such a variety of needs that we have. And if we can find some type of facility or even a covered or enclosed hockey rink, I mean, you know, those are the types of things that we need to really plan and use our funding for. And the football stadium, it's kind of like Cinderella's slipper, you know. We've been trying to get it in, you know, we tried to put it in the plans and we didn't make it before, but we have to do the best with what we have. So that's everything else is really covered. And the traffic without the games, as far as the traffic flow in the school, I live on East Wind, and down the street, when school begins and when school ends on East Wind Drive, there are cars parked on both sides of the road, and when the kids come and go down the steep, icy bike path, they do have to walk in the middle of the road, even on East Wind as well as Layden. So there are some considerations that we do need to plan for, because safety has always been one of our primary concerns ever since we tried to develop a plan with the school. So somewhere there has to be a resolution. So, and you cannot contain noise in a box. I mean, unless it's indoors, you cannot contain noise. And unless you do have a berm or an actual facility to contain it, it's going to be an issue. We have neighbors who they've paid a lot of money for their homes. They've lived there for years. They've worked 2 jobs, and they don't always work from Monday through Friday, or they have to have their evenings or whatnot. If they work 2 jobs, they have to work. And it'd be nice to find out a schedule of when the games are, so that we can plan accordingly as well.
Thank you for your testimony, but if you'd stay at the podium, because you mentioned a planning and zoning resolution or something that occurred at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting when the rezone occurred from residential to PLI. Were you at that meeting, or how?
Oh, no, I was just saying that we need to seek a resolution. But I was just saying on the site plan here, it says practice football track, and then it says like a future swimming pool, you know. So
what is the date on that piece of paper?
I got this off the internet last night.
So that's a current document?
Well, I got it off the internet last night.
All right, could we see that document? Yeah, thanks. Is this the current schematic, or is this something else? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I show you, I have a photo of the service swim meet. This is the view I had watching my daughter.
And I'd just like to state that document that you have is up for the record.
You have already spoken, so unless we call upon you, you're not eligible to speak at this time. Thank you. We do need your last name. All right. All right, thank you very much. All right, would the next person please come forward? I don't know what it is.
Commissioners, my name is Ken Ortman. I live on Gibbs Drive, about 600 feet from the property, west of the property line of the school. Pride is great, and times do change, but what doesn't change is the physical size of the school plot. In 2001, it's obvious that the Anchorage School District recognized that the site was too small, or they would have sited the stadium more centrally on the property with the idea of putting a stadium, or the field, into a stadium in the future. I stood before the Commission in 2001 and testified in support of the South High School site design. And I did so based on the express promise that they made at that time, that the fields would only be used for practice. The one new thing that I'd like to question is the traffic and parking arrangements. The assumption that every car will be carrying 4 people and that there's adequate parking because you assume that's going to happen just doesn't happen in this day and age. When parents have a car and students have a car and they each go to the game separately, you're definitely going to exceed the traffic and spill over the parking into the neighborhoods. And if you've ever been to Mulcahy Stadium during a soccer game in the springtime when there's an Aces playoff game and you're trying to find parking at Sullivan Arena, you'll understand what I'm talking about. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward promptly? Thank you.
My name is Heidi Ungaro, and I am a mother, and I'm also a residential real estate appraiser. So I'm going to be very random, because I just made a bunch of notes, because there's a lot of competing issues going on here, and I don't know how you guys keep track of it all. But anyhow, I just wanted to let you know that a couple of appraisers in my office were contacted, and they declined the opposition's request for any type of information or documentation in regards to saying that there would be an adverse impact and value of those surrounding homes. As a matter of fact, I was actually there when actually stood in the office while one of the appraisers was talking to someone. And he pretty much said, and this is at the beginning, I didn't know what was going on, and I didn't even have a child there as of yet, that basically, you know, you have homes that are surrounded by all kinds of schools, especially if you think about a grade school where you got a bell going 3 times a day. You got kids coming out there screaming all school year long. I have never made a negative adjustment for any home being near any school. I asked 3 of the appraisers in my office, have they ever made a negative adjustment because of noise or because of you being adjacent to a school? No one has. So that's just something that I wanted to put out there. Also, the improvement isn't just for the boys. Okay, then we got girls playing flag football too. We only got 2 states. We have Alaska and Florida that do that. So I have a girl, so that's why I have to put that out there. I'd rather hear football noise and then screams and sirens and gunshots. It has a positive impact. You have to have a certain GPA to play sports, so it has that positive impact as well. There appears to be no measurable impact on value based upon a statistical analysis that I ran for 1999 to 2012. I just looked at just area MLS District 30, which is where everything is in. And as a matter of fact, the values appear to be going up from 1999 to 2012 as of today. So I just wanted to put that out there. Also, for people to imply, we are a non-disclosure state, which means when you sell your home, it is not public knowledge how much you sell your home for. For anyone to imply that there's a negative impact on value is without merit. I don't know why there wasn't some type of appraisal done, because I think the real deal is if it really impacts or affects your value, I think that's something that, somebody should have addressed. I may be a little biased, but that's why. I did read a lot of listings in the area. All of the listings, not all of them, let me state that, most of the listings said South High as a positive aspect of the sales in that area. And thank you for your time, unless you want me to continue.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Not tonight. May we have the next person, please?
May I pass something over to you, some documents? Is that allowed? It's testimony from...
You may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I would like to... Can you hear me? Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'd like to point out that this drawing that was handed to you earlier is actually on page 79 of the packet that you received. My opposition to the project is based on the resultant permanent degradation of the quality of life for hundreds of residents that surround the property. Our sons are athletes, so I understand that the kids really want this stadium, but this shouldn't be a numbers game. Interestingly, very few of the supporters live close enough to the site to be impacted by the noise and commotion that events will bring. With regard to the claims that these facilities will be available for community use, Diamond and Service have locked the neighborhood out from the use of their track and its space following the upgrades. The baseball stadium at South High seats a few hundred spectators. Even though that facility is a fifth the size of the proposed football stadium, the disruption to the neighborhood during its use was significant. The constant cacophony from the PA system, which, by the way, is identical to what's being proposed for the football stadium, and that of the spectators penetrated homes for hours at a time. That meant opening windows or enjoying our yard was not an option on game days. Considering the known impact of the baseball stadium, the noise and traffic generated by a 1,600 spectator facility will overwhelm the neighborhoods. Mr. Barrett commented that there is no means to attenuate the noise of spectators, and Mr. Abbott stated in recent meetings that exemptions from the municipal code will be sought for stadium use. In May of 2011, UDC Commissioner Dougherty confirmed that this project deviates from the school site's original intent, stating, and I quote, "If this were a commercial 47 acres, this project would never get approval. What is before the UDC was not in the original approval," end quote. And then he further commented on the incompatibility of 1,600 spectators being 100 feet from residences. A case in point are the beleaguered residents near the Diamond High Stadium. Recognizing the futility of filing more unanswered complaints, those I spoke with feel betrayed and trapped, living with unhealthy and unreasonable turmoil. They described ear-shattering noise, both amplified and not, that penetrates indoors, and it's heard even as far as 3/4 mile away. I understand the commission has an extremely difficult decision to make. I really value and appreciate the opportunity that you have provided me to stand personally before you and ask you to please deny this application. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come? Oh, I need you to state your name.
I'm sorry, Joan Eastlack, E-A-S-T-L-A-C-K. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katie Nolan, N-O-L-A-N. I'm a resident in the area of South High, and I think you've got a taste tonight of some of the issues of conflicts between two competing uses. As a member of my community council for this a long time, I've been involved in some of these problems. When the baseball field came into creation, the community council, working with Assembly Member Jennifer Johnson, tried to get a memorandum, can't talk, it's late, MOU, to resolve some of the existing issues of conflicts. For example, hockey rinks that are lighted and used at 2 o'clock in the morning during the winter. There are problems that are happening at the school right now, which is why you see neighbors that are upset about something that's just going to exacerbate those problems. What I would like you to do, if possible, is if you're going to approve this, put one of the special limitations in that we need to work as a community to put together an MOU that will resolve these existing issues before anything else goes forward. The last time we were going together with the Booster Club and the community and the Homeowners Association with the Community Council representing those homeowners who do not have a Homeowners Association. And again, Jennifer Johnson was going to mediate and help us come to some kind of agreements that would take care of these issues on the neighborhood level. One of the ideas that was suggested, for example, was simply putting gates in, like they have at Golden View, that would eliminate the illegal after-hours use of these facilities. There are things like that that can be done that can at least remediate some of these issues. Try to put back in maybe a buffer zone. If we could do that and have that as part of the special limitations that you're looking for this, I think we could go forward with something that would truly work out for the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward? The next person. Is there not a next person? There is. Please state your name for the record.
Christopher West. Last but not least, I hope. I live within a mile of the school. I've lived there in that home for 23 years. I just wanted to say I've heard a lot of arguments against the facility, and I would classify them as specious. That is, that they appear on face value to be valid, but really they're intended to mislead. There's the argument about the barrier, about the tree barrier. The tree barrier is composed of hundreds of trees, and those trees will, over time, some will die and some will have to be removed, and there will be gaps from time to time. And you've seen some pictures where people have sought out the gaps and taken pictures of them. There's the issue, there was also the issue of the pedestrians on Layden. Kids walk on Layden every day in the dark, and there's that the traffic will not be increased during the games because there is no access to the school parking from Layden. That neighborhood is blocked off, in fact, from the parking lot, and APD will issue tickets to people that are parking illegally during the games, and we're only talking about 5 extra games. There are already all the JV and C team and flag football, etc. That all goes on already. There's also the issue of the light. Light pollution was mentioned. You saw the picture of the how far the light's going to spill over. The lights are going to be on when it's not even dark. The games are going to be played. It's not going to be totally dark. So that's a specious argument. And then there's the issue of the noise. I heard 60 to 85 decibels mentioned. Well, 65 decibels is normal conversation, and 80 decibels is a telephone dial tone. So again, it's exaggerating the case for noise. That's all I really had to say, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify?
Hi,
Can you state your name?
Katie Knuckleby. I'm Commissioner of School Spirit at South Anchorage High. I'm going to speak, of course, like I'm at the heart of School Spirit, and it's something I'm very passionate about, but that's also because I dove into it, and it's something that I support and something I believe in, and it's something that is a pride of mine, and I think that that is something to consider for all of the students at South Anchorage High School, that it's something that they believe in and they're behind, and it's something they take joy in. That's also something that they'll put all their efforts in and focus on, and there's no way that that can't be positive and that can't benefit the school and the community, and it would be at the heart of a community, at the heart of a neighborhood, and I know that it could also be a nuisance and irritating, and the noise is an issue, but it's also a place where like an entire community can come together for 5 games a year and really just change the whole heart of it and make it a place where people can spend time together and knit the community, because we don't have that where we're at. We're very isolated, and so I think that this is something we should focus on and take our eyes away from the fact that, yes, it would be a burden and it could be obnoxious, but it's only 5 games a year, really. And it could change, and it could be more positive in our school. People could get more involved and have more of a pride in their school and the things that they do, and hopefully their academics as well. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Anyone else at all? This is your last call. All right, the public hearing is now closed. Thank you. All right. What is the wish, Commissioner Parks?
Madam Chair, I have a question to staff, if I could, please, to get a couple things resolved.
Yes, please.
As I'm looking and through the packet that we have tonight, I have a question on, I guess I've heard a lot of testimony tonight that said that there is a special limitation on the practice fields, and I can't find that anywhere in the package, that there was ever a special limitation of that, and if someone could address that for me, I would appreciate it.
Through the chair, Mr. Parks, there is no special limitations that I'm aware of that limited the fields to practice only. Had there been any special limitation or condition, I'm sure that Mr. McClintock with Ashburn and Mason would have brought that issue up tonight and made the commission aware of such a special limitation or condition, but there is no such special limitation or condition. But I will say that at the time that both the Anchorage School District as well as the Planning Division acknowledged that there was an understanding that those fields would be for practice.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I'd like to ask one other question to
yes, please.
Mr. Abbott, if I could, please. Yes. Sir. Thank you. I didn't mean to wake you up. I apologize.
Yeah, I know. You're really cutting into my travel planning back there.
Yeah, I know. I guess I have the same question to you. I guess one of the things that this whole conversation is about whether these fields were practice fields, and that's what was committed to be, and what your perception of it was with the school district, and if it were
planned to be practice fields. What's changed to make it not a practice field today?
Sure. I think it's clear that when the site, when the original effort, including the rezone and the site selection was made, that like all the other campuses in the school district, that the fields would be used for practices and low-level competitions, low-impact competitions. That has changed. The district's wishes for how to use their facilities have changed. They've changed around the community. And this is why we're here tonight. We don't have the authority to make that change unilaterally. This is deemed an amendment to our site plan. I absolutely agree with that interpretation. It's considered, actually in the parlance of the planning department, I think it's considered a minor amendment and wouldn't necessarily, on its face, even require a public hearing or an action of this sort. But we fully agreed that this was going to be of great interest to the community and absolutely agreed that a full-blown process, initially in front of UDC and now in front of you guys, was appropriate because of this. We're like any other public entity, and I guess this gets into more of the theory of this than anything else. There's no such thing as a permanent commitment from a public entity. There's public entities, by definition, change leadership from time to time. The will of the people, the will of the public that owns them changes. And there has to be a process for that will to be at least dealt with and addressed. We don't necessarily get to win the argument, but we get to make that case. I shouldn't be, as a representative of the school district, I shouldn't be allowed, and nobody should think that I'm capable of making a permanent commitment on behalf of the Anchorage School District, an instrumentality of the municipality of Anchorage. The mayor can't do that. Nobody can. There's no such decision that could be made now that couldn't be made differently by a subsequent leader or appropriate representative of a public entity. So, as you've heard before, no legislature can bind the future, a future legislature. The same thing goes for an assembly. We only appropriate money 1 year at a time. That's all because we're not in a position to make those permanent choices. We can make commitments that we're capable of carrying out, and we can subject ourselves to a process like this in order to effect a change. But there has to be an opportunity for that change to be discussed and evaluated, and a group like yours to make a decision on. So yes, short answer is I have no reason to believe that the information you've heard tonight in terms of the commitments that district leaders made at that time is accurate. The district is requesting a change, and that's why we're here.
Let me ask you one other question. And if we were to put special limitations on the use of that field, i.e. number of games played, hours of use, would you have an issue with that? I mean, would that make things hard for you to deal with? We're talking about 5 games. I mean, we're talking about, closing it at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. I mean, are those things that you could live with?
Well, certainly the devil would be in the details. In terms of limitations on boys' varsity football games, yes. I don't think there's any doubt. For instance, we've already stated out loud that it's not our intent to host other teams, other Anchorage School District games at South High. It would only be used for South High's games, even if there are times, if it comes to pass that not every campus has a stadium, and that, like right now, Diamond and Chugiak host other teams' home games. The district has said that we would not use South for that purpose. And I believe there's other facilities in Anchorage that could fill that need. So a limitation on annual count of boys' varsity football games, I don't think would be necessarily a problem for the district. In terms of how many other ASD events would take place on that field, South High related or ASD sponsored, I'd be uncomfortable making commitments, long-term commitments related to that.
Would you have any issues with a time issue, meaning that games couldn't go past 10 o'clock at night?
The sorts of restrictions that we've imposed on ourselves in other locations have been basically related to start times, not end times.
Got it.
Not wanting to make a commitment that because if something happened in a game, for whatever reason, ran long. There's also, and Steve Nerland was refreshing my memory on this, even if there's a game that's scheduled to start at, say, 7 o'clock, if it follows a game that was to start at 4, and under the normal course of things, could easily be finished in time for a 7 o'clock game, but the earlier game has a problem, an injury, something that delays the game, then the second game starts later. So there's operational impacts associated with that, but we would, our commitment is that we would not schedule games to start any later than, I think 7:30 is the current time, the last time we schedule outdoor events. And I think, Kirsten, I think that's correct, that we don't have anything that's currently scheduled to start after 7:30. So scheduled start time, no later than 7:30 would be, I think, something we'd be okay with.
Commissioner Ferguson and then Commissioner Robinson.
Mr. Abbott, I respect you very well, but I am concerned that we ask the question on events and you constantly give back boys' varsity football games. I don't believe you're answering our question with all due respect, sir.
I apologize.
We're trying to understand the impact. You mentioned earlier that this is a change and that there's a process for the school district to make a change, and we're working our way through that process, and to do that we need to understand it. Would you be comfortable with a limitation on, say, 6 events, night events per year, period, with no definition on whether it's boys varsity football or girls varsity soccer or whatever it is? I'm trying to understand, we've got competing needs, and I don't think one side's going to totally win and one side's going to totally lose in this thing. And I'm trying to understand, obviously there's no easy middle road on this issue. And so I'm trying to get a handle on it, and about 4 different times you've given the same answer. And so I want to know, how many night events do you foresee, or does your principal foresee at this facility per year, and could we put that in a special limitation?
At this point, I don't think the district would support, I don't think we could usefully predict the volume of events that would take place on that location to the point where we could make where we would support a commitment to limit the use in that way. I understand the commission may do that whether we support it or not, but at this point, I don't know what that number would be. I don't know how many of those events would need lights versus PA system or would just be on the turf, and I don't know whether the limitation would affect that. That's why I don't think I or anybody on behalf of the district right now could give you a useful estimate of what would be expected years from now.
I would have problem approving this resolution when it is basically without limitation. And that, I mean, I'm trying very hard to find a middle path here, but I don't agree that this is not a forthright take. I mean, this is not nothing.
It's not a by right use.
So we're looking for this, and so I'm trying to come to it, and I'm extremely uncomfortable and will not likely support this without some serious, clear limitations. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Abbott, a couple other issues that have come up tonight that I'm just trying to reconcile. One is we heard testimony about improvements to fields, and once those improvements are made, the gates are locked, and sort of the community use then is therefore cut back. What's your take on that?
The commitment we've made at South High is that the facility we're discussing this evening it would be fenced, but there would be access to the public other than when the school's using it themselves or when other permitted users have exclusive use of the facility. So there'll be a fence around it, but there'll be gates that would be open, except in some sort of extraordinary circumstance. But the regular course of business at South High would be to maintain that in an open field. And that's, I realize that there are schools that school leadership at other campuses doesn't always like that approach. But at South, Kirsten and the district leadership have agreed that that will be the approach for that we'll impose at this time.
Okay. We heard a little bit about the testimony and photographs that the buffer maybe wasn't as adequate as it was promised to be, things about the hockey rink and lights on. Can you comment on those sort of ongoing issues and whether you feel like South High School is already being as good a neighbor as it can be?
In terms of the buffer, I think we're in compliance with the special limitation that was placed on prior to construction. The buffer has been left in an undisturbed state as required, and as a result, it meets the letter of the special limitation. However, I think the school as well as the neighbors would benefit from enhancements to the buffer, and that's why we've spent considerable funds in 2011 and again in 2012 planting additional trees. You all know better than I do the challenges with creating a true visual buffer in Alaskan climates. We're planting evergreen trees, but they're in the 6 to 12 foot category, and it takes a lot of those to make a big difference in a vegetative buffer. We're prepared to further enhance the buffer going forward, but it may never meet the 75% visual barrier test that would have been required had the buffer been disturbed and had to be recreated. That's one of the reasons I presume that the buffer was not removed in the first place, was because of the difficulty in meeting that standard if that second test was applicable.
Help me understand the timeline on the field, the turf itself. So that was installed at a different time, a couple of years back. Is that right?
Correct. The summer before last, 2011, the turf was installed, and that did not require a site plan amendment. It was not considered a change in use. It just was substituting plastic grass for sod.
And that was funded by the school district, by the
a legislative grant,
by the state, and separate from this legislative grant.
Correct.
And was that grant specific as to whether the field was at some point eventually intended to be a stadium or a practice field, or did it sort of specify that? I mean, you can see where this is going. I'm sure the community feels like they've been creeped on here.
Sure. The grant did not have any language one way or the other about the expectations for future improvements.
And there was never prior to that, not that it would have been an inexpensive solution, but any discussion that if at some point there was going to be a stadium facility built, that perhaps locating that facility closer to the school or sacrificing some of the other fields, was there ever any discussion along those grounds?
Well, the notion of a stadium of the scale that we're talking about here has been discussed with legislators and with others for a long time, for several years. It was not funded at the same time that the turf was funded, although the legislative advocates were the same and have been active supporters of the entire development. But no, there was not a serious consideration of relocating the track, turf, and the stadium amenities to another part of the campus.
Okay. If I am, Madam Chair, one more question, probably for staff as much as anyone, that we'd heard about the parking issues that have come up, and I don't know, could you point us to the analysis that's been done, and what analysis has been done to understand what uses can sort of be happening simultaneously to ensure that there's not creating a spillover? And the reason I say this is I think there's a in my opinion, if I look at where that football stadium is, where I would park if I thought the parking lot was full, is I'd park in the neighborhood and walk through. I'd be closer to it, right?
Yeah.
So I think you're more likely to impact with spillover from East Wind Drive.
I agree that of the neighborhood options, East Wind is more attractive than the neighborhoods on the west or north side.
I mean, it's actually closer to the field than the parking lot is itself.
On the visitor side, yep. And I mean, for the record, we wouldn't object to parking restrictions in the neighborhood. We don't have the authority to impose that. I don't know whether P&Z does or not, but I understand that the concern of the neighbors. I don't know to what extent it would take place, but I get where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Through the chair, Mr. Robinson, in answer to your question, on page 49 of your packet, there is a comment from a land use plan reviewer addressing the off-street parking and what the current code requirements are for parking, about midway on that page.
Right. So in terms of whether there's another event happening at the school in the I presume there's an auditorium. There isn't an auditorium.
There's not
that's been part of the other issue we got going on. All right. So how about at the baseball field? So something that's going on at the same time. We're thinking there's ample parking.
Yes, we do. And I think in conversations from the school district, they would not schedule another event that would have a big draw at the same nights that they have games that are scheduled, so that there would not be competing uses for the parking lot.
It would be pretty unlikely, I think, that in the event of a boys varsity football, again, and I hate to fall back on that, I understand the sensitivity to narrowing the focus to that one type of event, but the event likely to draw the largest amount of people, I don't think it would be a very popular school decision to schedule something else on the same night as a home football game on the campus. So I suggest that that's an unlikely, on the night of a boys varsity football game, there's not going to be a lot of other things going on at South.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions?
Madam Chair,
yes.
I did have another comment regarding Mr. Robinson's question. I did look at the school and looked at it in terms of would people park in the neighborhood and choose to walk in. Given that north of the school side along Layden Road, the 3 streets just above it are all closed off to traffic. They're actually gated. So Layden Road is closed off, DeRochen is closed off, and Cutchin are closed off. They're gated. So in order for people outside the neighborhood to access any sort of route through that area, they would have to take a very convoluted pathway through the neighborhood in order to park in those streets and, of course, be subject to ticketing. And if you look at that, in my mind, it didn't make sense to me that people would go to that trouble and time commitment to go circuitously around the neighborhood, when it would be more direct just to park in the parking lot and walk from there. And if you look at the distance between parking on any of the neighborhood streets versus parking in the parking lot, they're about equal distance. So I think no one outside the neighborhood, one, would even know that those two walkways exist unless you lived in that neighborhood. They're not likely to know they're there. And the people that would likely park in that, if they wanted to go to the games, would likely be people who live in that neighborhood, but chose, they might live 3 or 4 blocks away, but chose to get a little bit closer and park there. And so at worst condition, in my analysis, it would be their own neighbors that would choose to park along those streets.
How many parking spaces are in the parking lot itself?
I believe it's 697. That's in your packet, with an additional 18 handicap spaces.
And the stadium holds 1,600?
That's correct.
Plus staff, plus cheerleaders, plus others. I think there is an overflow parking issue, but we, of course, don't have a traffic impact analysis to confirm or deny that situation.
In answer to that TIA, the need for it, I did speak to Stephanie Marmillo, the traffic engineer, about that, and her comment was, and Dwayne Ferguson, also the assistant traffic engineer, their comments were that when the TIA was done, they anticipated a student population of 1,600, and being that the seating also allows 1,600, and currently the parking lot is accommodating the use at the school, they didn't see the need to do an update to the TIA because there are comparable number of use and the same parking spaces available.
I'm a little confused by that number. What is the staff? If we have a student population of 1,500, we have a stadium that will hold 1,600. I have no way of knowing how many people are going to come to a game, so to speak, but if I take into consideration the spirit and enthusiasm that I've seen tonight, it's going to be quite a few. So I don't know what to think about the parking. I guess I would like to see a traffic impact analysis because I'm not capable of deciphering exactly whether or not there's a parking issue or not. I suspect there probably is within the subdivision itself on events. Are there other comments from the commission? Commissioner Parks.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, let's take a look.
I'd like to make a motion in case number 2013-002, the Anchorage School District amending the site plan for public facilities. I'd like to make a motion to approve as the recommendation on page 7 of our packet, which includes item number 1 through 7. I would like to add at least 3 other conditions to that. The first condition, which would be the total of night games shall not exceed 12 per year with a start time of no later than 7:30 p.m. No games shall be, this would be number 9, no games will be scheduled for any other team other than South High. And then item number 10, that this would be an open field usable to the public, not locked. I will be supporting this motion. I think this is a very, very tough case. As we've looked through it and heard the testimony tonight for over 3.5, 4 hours, I think it's one of those kind of things that's very, very difficult to make a recommendation and satisfy everybody in this room. The number of games, and the reason I use 12 is because I think there will be some use of that field with lights other than varsity football, and they'll have to manage that. And I think the noise, if you start a game at 7:30, 95% of those games will be done before 10 o'clock p.m. So that'll eliminate noise after the 10 o'clock hour. And then if we use it only for South High home games, that will eliminate any of the issues of using that field additionally anytime during the period.
Commissioner Mulcahy, I have a second from you. Are you supporting the motion with the 3 amendments as proposed by Commissioner Parks?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there comments? Other comments? Commissioner Ferguson?
I have a question for Commissioner Parks. The 12 night games and the South High home games, are you putting a restriction on only the night games shall be South High home games? I guess if somebody has a day game there, does that? I'm trying to understand.
The intent that I had was that it would not be used for any games, any games other than South High, which means that Diamond couldn't use that as a home arena or home stadium. That was my intent.
Okay, I don't know if what you said.
Well, that's what I meant to say. So you want to change that for me?
I was hoping you could.
My intent was that it would be used for South High home games only. That stadium would be, period. That's what Mr. What Mr. Abbott said would be okay with him. They don't see them using it for any other high school's home stadium. Is that correct?
Yeah, I did have a question about another part of that condition, but
okay.
And this home games would include soccer, girls' flag. Those are all. I think you need some wording there, but thank you.
Commissioner Ferguson, are those your only comments for the moment? All right, thank you. Ms. McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get some clarification from Mr. Parks on what's the definition of a night game.
The use of lights. It's probably a better way to use that.
All right. Anything else, Ms. McConnell, at this time?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
Just if I may clarify that, I heard you say night games starting no later than 7:30, but what if you had a 4 o'clock afternoon game that the lights were on because it was easier to see? Does that count as does it really have to do with the start time of the game?
Start time of the game and use of lights.
Is that clear?
So they can see at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when it's overcast, you might want lights on.
Yeah.
I mean,
But that wouldn't count as one of the 12.
No, I would not. It'd have to be something scheduled after 12:30 or at 7:30.
If I may, I'd like to add an amendment to the motion. I propose that we amend this idea of a noise plan after the first sentence to say something to the effect that the plan should address additional design efforts to mitigate noise, such as ways to mitigate metal bleacher noises. So in other words, we heard that, this is kind of an after-the-fact thing that, as far as I can tell, is about operations, but other than the softening of the PA system doesn't really deal with doesn't look at other noise, doesn't contemplate other noise, and I wonder if that isn't something that should be contemplated before we build the thing rather than after. Yes. There we go.
Could we have that language again, Commissioner Robinson?
Second sentence under number 5, the plan should address additional design efforts to mitigate noise, such as ways to mitigate or soften the sound of the metal bleachers.
Thank you. Ms. Dean?
Through the chair, my first question is, do we have to vote on this particular amendment? Do we vote on it now? Okay.
We have to vote on Tyler's amendment. We haven't voted on the other amendments. Vote on Tyler's first.
I do propose another potential one.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yes. Madam Secretary.
A couple things. Commissioner Parks, your motion included the 3 additional conditions as part of your motion, so there's no amendments there.
Mm-hmm.
We have Commissioner Tyler's amendment on the floor. My question to Commissioner Dean is your amendment part of Mr. Tyler's amendment, or do you have another different amendment?
This is another different amendment.
Okay, so we should vote on Commissioner Tyler's amendment first.
Thank you.
All right. Given the discussions this evening, we need to use our machines. And this is only for the amendment. It is not for the main motion. So please use your machines. Okay? So that amendment passes. Ms. Dean, you have a different amendment.
I'd like to suggest that we have an amendment regarding the lighting plan and having a electrical engineer that specializes in lighting design come up with a lighting plan that affects the neighborhood as little as reasonably possible.
And that amendment has been seconded by Commissioner Parks. Given the circumstances of this evening, would you please use your machines if are we ready to vote on that amendment? All right, so please use your machines. And that amendment passes. Do we have any other amendments?
Madam Chair, I think that Mr. Abbott had a comment about one of our deals. I'd like to just hear what his comment is before we vote on the amendment.
Just to seek clarification, Madam Chairman, in terms of the impact of this. So the limitation on the number of events is limited to those events that take place in the evening and require lights and/or the PA system. Is that correct? So an event that took place in the evening that did not require lights and PA would not be subject to the limitation. I'm thinking of soccer games that could well, start in the 6 to 7 o'clock time frame, but would not utilize the PA system or the lights.
Mr. Abbott, I guess my question, that's what I was trying to get earlier, was how many of those events were there like that? Mm-hmm. And I really never got an answer. I mean, is it 25 soccer games that you play at home a year? I don't have a concept of how many.
Yeah, come on up, Kirsten.
But I think the crux of that amendment was that you would not schedule more than 12 games to start after 7:30.
Right.
Well,
scheduled events.
Regardless of what kind of games they were.
We're not going to schedule anything after 7:30, period. I mean, scheduled starts after 7:30. That's a commitment that we can make unilaterally of any sort using any portion of the facilities and the rest of that. I'm just trying to, but there would be events that would start between 6 and 7:30, and I'm trying to understand the impact of the condition on those events.
Well, that's what I was trying to get you to give me earlier, was how many events you were having after, and you didn't really want to do that, so I picked. That's kind of where we arose that number of 12, because I didn't know what other number to use. And I don't have any idea how many soccer games would start in the evening.
I mean, yeah. Soccer games are a lot less predictable in terms of a time frame that they start. Some soccer games start at 2 in the afternoon. Some soccer games will start at 6 p.m. Typically, we have anywhere from 6 to 10 home games a season per team. So boys soccer would have 6 to 10. Girls soccer would have 6 to 10. Flag football is in a similar category as soccer, where the time frames are unpredictable year to year. Some are earlier, some are later. It's also a similar home situation for games in terms of numbers. Football is really the only program that has a set time frame for start time.
I guess what I was trying to do is I was trying to get where we could use the facility at night and we could allow the neighborhood to know how many nights that they could expect they were going to have noise and lights and PA. And if we limit that to 15, is that going to be an issue? 12. I'm sorry, 12. I said 15. 12 is what I meant.
12 would mean that there would, based on what I'm hearing from Kirsten, that there would be that would, if boys varsity football games, if 2 or 3 of those dates were taken up with boys varsity football, that would impact the current plans for flag football and boys and girls soccer. Track would not be an issue in the evenings.
Thank you. Commissioner Ferguson.
I see the concern in the community being noise and lights. And so if we can limit that to a defined period of time, and I think you're on to something, but you need to, I don't know whether, if it continues past 7:30 as opposed to start at 7:30, you're not getting much help, and I apologize, but if we define a night game as one that uses the lights and the PA system, because I think they've got the right, if they have a game during the day without the lights and the PA, they have it, they've got that right now, I think. But
well, I'm going to make a few comments here. I am not going to support the motion. Last year, I did support the baseball and the diamond fields, and I felt that that was an appropriate use for the site. I do use Commissioner Tyler Robinson's verb, I sense a little creep here, and I don't think from the current testimony in the last 5 minutes that we're going to be able to control the creep in terms of the lights and the noise and the number of games and types of activities. I think we're dealing with a land use issue here, and I think it's been clear from the historical testimony that we've received from a number of people that this site was problematic from the very beginning because it was in a medium-density residential neighborhood, and there was a considerable objection, and there was a compromise that was made to protect the neighborhood, which would be that these would be for practice fields only. And over the period of time, things have changed, and I recognize that, and we have expanded the facilities that are available both to the students and to the public. But at this particular time, without a noise study, without a traffic impact analysis, which I think, contrary to staff's opinion, is extremely important, and without further investigation as far as the lights are concerned, I will not be supporting this motion at this time. I would entertain a motion for postponement subject to those items that could come back to us at a different time, but at this particular point in time, I will not be supporting the motion that is before us this evening. So we're ready, we can certainly vote at this particular point in time. We have 6 members present. We need a vote of 5 positives to pass the motion. And we will need findings of fact. So we have a motion and we have a second, so please use your machines. Oh, are you ready to vote? No, you're not ready to vote? If you want to postpone, subject to further evaluation, a traffic impact analysis, a noise analysis, and a light analysis. If the motion goes down, then unless there are new findings or new changes of conditions, requests for new evidence, the motion fails and cannot be brought back to the commission. It can, of course, be appealed, and I am assuming that this decision will be appealed one way or another. The appeal, Ms. McConnell, would go to
the Board of Adjustment.
The Board of Adjustment. Unless there was a move for reconsideration.
Correct.
Would you explain what a move for reconsideration is so that all the commissioners are familiar with it?
Any member who votes on the prevailing side may request reconsideration within 24 hours of the vote, and the commission at the next meeting would decide whether or not to reconsider the case, and if they vote to reconsider, then you reconsider and take another vote.
The public hearing is closed. Ms. Dean.
Madam Chair, I move to postpone based on needing more information for a sound design, an acoustic plan, a lighting plan, and a traffic plan analysis.
Thank you.
Without more information, I just don't feel comfortable making that decision.
All right, thank you. I have a second from Commissioner Ferguson.
I think it's important. This is an important decision. We've listened to a lot of people. We've read a lot of comments. I think we're owed the information to make a wise decision. I'm sorry to put the community through more of this, but I'd rather have the information make a wise decision, so I think we should postpone.
Thank you. We will, do we postpone to a date certain or until we have the information in the motion?
I don't think we know tonight how long it's going to take to get a noise plan or a TIA done. And I think a TIA should have been in our packet.
All right, thank you very much. We have a motion to postpone by Ms. Dean with a second by Commissioner Ferguson. Would you please use your machines? Mr. Mulcahy, before we vote, do you have a comment?
Should we get the impact of the postponement from either staff or the petitioner on what this means?
First from staff and then the petitioner.
Madam Chair, that impact should probably come from the school district.
Okay. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Not quite sure how long it would take to generate the information the Commission recommends or the Commission requires. So I'm not in a position to give you a hard timeline. I'm not sure we would have been in a position to construct this summer anyway. I don't know if that would have been possible, given potential appeals, et cetera. But clearly we'd be beyond that if the Commission's decision was 30, 60, 90 days out.
We are certainly willing to deal with this case as soon as you can provide us the information. We will make sure that it is properly scheduled in a timely manner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner? Okay. All right. Let's use our voting machines. This is a motion to postpone. Thank you. All right. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. I want to particularly thank the young students that came forward. A good civic lesson for us all. Thank you very much.
You missed curfew, too. Here.
Are there any reports? Are there any additional comments? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Ferguson.
Title 21 is all out now.
Yeah.
Title 21 is all out now. There should be public hearings on Title 21 at the Assembly level. I'm preparing a response. I don't know if it's a response from Jim Ferguson or a response from Planning and Zoning, but I will distribute it later this week.
If you would distribute it to us all via email, we'll take a look at it, and if we can get support for it vis-a-vis email, go forth.
Madam Chair?
All right. Yes.
If I could just offer a correction to Mr. Ferguson. Chapter 10 has not yet been finalized, but will be posted within the next day or two.
All right. Well, congratulations. Yes. You're on the home stretch. All right. Thank you. I need a motion for adjournment. No meetings until February. I will not be at the directors' meeting. I will be out of town. February 4th is the next meeting. We are going to have potentially some short boards if we can't get some new commissioners. You're out of the country.
And my understanding is that the Chugach Access Plan isn't going to be on that agenda because your work session on the access plan is on the 11th. Is that right? I have to double check that. Oh, I know. I have the answer right here. That is, should be all right. And the access plan is not. We still need to. So are we? Yep. Please, for the record.
We're adjourned. Thank you. And the motion passed.